tugume twemirira habweshara kuza kwebemberwa yedida.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure having you here today. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this very moment. And the people of Mbarara, Lord, we can't thank you enough. King of Kings, we commit all our interactions today. Guide our thoughts, our discussions, our deliberations, that everyone will go back happy. Father, we can't do much without you. We trust and believe you are amongst us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Whoever you did that, you may get seated. Way to Deputy Governor, represented by Mr. Philip Andrew Abulia, Executive Director substantively, Petroleum Investment, Management ya Bank of Uganda, abebembezi baitu aba Mbarara City na District, abantu inywe na aba Mbarara City na District, twabakira mwebali kuija, abo bwire nkusaba tutandike program yaitu nembazo kandi orubazo orukubanza orukumanywa nka welcome remarks rugenda kuba niruhayibwa Director Communications rundi omukura kujunanizibwa ne byempuliziganya ha Bank of Uganda akumanywa nka Dr. Kenneth Egesa. So mukaira akamunyikirize nyete Dr. Kenneth Egesa aijize atoe welcome remarks.
Thank you, MC. Honorable members of parliament, the district leaders here, city leaders, our chief guest, the representative of the deputy governor, leaders of other regulatory agencies here, management and colleagues of Bank of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. Muriremta. Twabakira. Mwebaro kwija. Those are the words I know. We started off with the anthem and a word of prayer. I wanted to start with a verse from the Bible. It's from Proverbs 21:5. And it goes as, the plans of the diligent lead to profit, as surely as haste leads to poverty. So from the topics that will come through, you will notice that we really discourage recklessness with finances because it leads to poverty. So you will hear more about that. So mine is to welcome you all with a heart full of gratitude. I extend the warmest welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us in this Mbarara Town Hall meeting. Your presence here underscores your commitment to dialogue with us and for the betterment of our community. I especially want to thank Mbarara City and District leadership for their great partnership with us. Together, we are forging a strong future for our country, and we appreciate the support you have provided in making this happen. Today marks a continuation of our open, collaborative journey with the people of Mbarara District and Mbarara City. This journey started in 2016 when the Bank of Uganda prioritized regional town hall meetings And we have used such forums as a cornerstone for our strategic plan, emphasizing stakeholder engagement, fostering trust, and dispelling misconceptions about our work. So we are not just here to talk, but we are also here to listen to you. I will do a lot of listening and responding to your questions so that you understand what we do, and we live here when everybody has a good understanding of the expectations on the other. So your perspectives and experiences that will come through today are expected to shape our policies in our shared pursuit of socio-economic transformation for Uganda. Let me also mention that the Bank of Uganda's mission is very deeply intertwined with the well-being of every Ugandan. So we seek a solid foundation for our thriving economy, and our decisions, informed and guided by our interactions with you, aim to bring about enhanced understanding. So here we want to shed light on the Bank of Uganda's actions and their impact on your lives and well-being. Stronger communication. Here we aim to establish reliable channels between ourselves and you, the community, allowing for swift resolution of challenges. So you'll be hearing about some of the channels we use for resolving challenges that are to do with the financial sector. And thirdly, valuable feedback. Your insights are very essential as we continuously refine our work. And that's why we are not waiting for you at the headquarters. We have come right here to get those insights from you. Our team today is diverse, very dedicated, and includes the top leadership of the bank. So if you look around the team, all the way from the juniors to the top leadership are here, and they will be at your disposal. So please make sure that you ask all the questions you'd like us to address. We are also here with CEOs or representatives of other regulatory agencies who we work with closely. These are important partners for us, and they will be available to address questions we may not answer because they are outside our mandate. So if you have questions on the Deposit Protection Fund, on money lenders, on capital markets, we didn't come alone. We came with the responsible people who have the answers. So again, I encourage you not to hesitate, but to speak out and let your questions be answered. Allow me once again to express our sincere gratitude to Mbarara District and City leadership for the support and exceptional hospitality. I also want to thank the Deputy Governor and senior management and the entire Bank of Uganda team for their efforts towards organizing this event. And of course, most importantly, to all of you who are here today, the business community, in person and online, the media, financial service providers, I thank you so much for making the time to be here. I thank you for investing your time and energy, and I look forward to listening in on this important conversation. As I conclude, as Nelson Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Let's approach today's discussion with this spirit. Together, let's dialogue, build bridges, and pave the way for a thriving Uganda that we envision. Thank you very much. Mwebare mnonga. I will now take this opportunity. It's my pleasure to now invite the bank secretary, Bank of Uganda to make her remarks. Bank Secretary, you're most welcome. She's a lady of the soil. So her Runyankore is much, much better than mine. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Honorable members of Parliament, I'm told they are on their way. I actually received a message from the lady MP that should be attending, so we expect them to join us anytime. The RDC, Mbarara City, I think this is Canon James Mwesije. The district leadership, we have amongst us the Deputy Mayor, Her Worship, Priska Muganzi, the religious leaders present, all leaders in your respective capacities. I also want to recognize Mr. Patrick Ezaga, who is representing the CEO of the Deposit Protection Fund, the media fraternity, management and colleagues from Bank of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susan Kanyemibwa. I want to believe that name is so familiar. Kanyemibwa. Mudire muta kabanyambara. And indeed, like he mentioned, my Runyankore is a little bit better than his. It's always a pleasure to be back home. Thank you so much, Mbarara City, and everyone here for your warm welcome. Mbwenu ntaka njireyo na nyenda ngumbe yanjurire kachana nabagambira amazina ndi Susan Kanyemibwa. Nyowe nkakurra muri Mbarara niyo yanyorire. Nkakurra Boma. Haza nkashomera municipal school. Na yongerayo naza Mary Hill, where I studied. Nkashomera Mary Hill emyaka mukaga, 6 uninterrupted years. So I'm very proud of Mbarara as a city, but also the schools that made me who I am. As the Uganda Central Bank, we believe in connecting directly with the people we serve. As you will notice, our revised mission of promoting price stability and a sound financial system to support socio-economic transformation cannot be achieved without understanding the needs of our people that we serve and sharing our work to see how our work at the central bank impacts you. Today's town hall meeting builds on this commitment. So, like Kenneth Okuyayagambere, we are here to explain to you who we are, what we do, but most importantly, we want to listen and learn from you. The Bank of Uganda has several objectives for this stakeholder engagement. This is going to be a 2-day engagement. And this is not the first time, by the way, we are holding these engagements. We have been across almost all regions in the country. So one of the reasons, like I want to say, or objectives, is to explain our role. How do we support price stability? Abakugu bali aha eky'ekibuuzo nimuza mwamu kiina ekyo mukyereza omwami Dr. Adam Mugumengugu njira bamwe nimba nimureba physically abamwe nimureba TV ebyo ebintu ebikwatirine ne price stability ngugu Orunyankore narumanya gye ogwo mwami ajwire coat. So we also want to share with you how we supervise financial institutions and how we manage our payment systems. Understanding this helps you make informed decisions. The second objective, to ride on what Kenneth had said, is to gather feedback from you. So your suggestions directly shape how we improve our policies and communication for a better results. The third objective for this town hall is to promote collaboration. As a central bank, we partner with other regulators in the sector. I've already introduced Patrick here from the Deposit Protection Fund. Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, they are also represented here. So together with this team, we strengthen our financial system and also protect your interests. As earlier mentioned, our key speaker today is Mr. Philip Andrew Wabulia. He's substantially the Executive Director, Petroleum Investment Fund. However, today he's here to represent the Deputy Governor. Thank you so much, Philip, for finding time to come and engage with the people of the city. And beyond, by the way, we have the city and the catchment area. We are here to answer your questions. The team that you see here putting on the t-shirts like mine are here from different departments of the bank to answer any question that you might have. So let me, however, say a few things about Bank of Uganda and other works that we do beyond monetary policy. We have community development passion. We do mind so much about the society in which we operate. So beyond our core work, Bank of Uganda is dedicated to giving back to communities. And this is through our corporate social responsibility initiatives. And I happen to head that initiative of CSR. A case in point, those who recall, in 2019, we partnered with the district, Mbarara district leadership to renovate and equip the Wizwera Health Center 4. That was in 2019 before COVID. And I'm told, actually we had an M&E, I'm told the number of patients, actually now they call them clients, the number of clients that visit that health center is enormous. So I think it was a good thing that we went that way. And it's not only in Mbarara that we have been. We have been in all the districts where the Bank of Uganda has a presence and beyond. And we are still doing that good work. So our target is women and children health care. So we have renovated, we have built, we have equipped maternity wards and neonatal care in several districts in the country. And you'll be hearing about financial inclusion. So we say that we cannot start preaching financial inclusion in a society that is unhealthy. So for us, a healthy society is at the forefront or as a precursor for our financial inclusion. Not because I'm a woman, let me give a disclaimer here. But women, we all know, are mothers of the nation, and children are our future. So if we are able to hold on to those two, then I'm sure we have a good and healthy future going forward. The second area is the ESG principles. We are promoting the environmental, social, and governance among financial institutions. This means encouraging responsible lending that supports sustainable businesses and ensures our financial system benefits everyone. For the financial institutions representatives here, you know it very well that ESG is on the agenda. Then feedback, and then our branch. We all know where our Bank of Uganda branch is in Mbarara. Our commitment to you as the central bank doesn't end with these particular meetings or engagement. We genuinely want your feedback to make these engagements even more valuable. After this session, our Bank of Uganda staff will be distributing a short questionnaire. Please take a moment to share your honest thoughts. It will help us better understand your needs and improve our future events. Speaking of valuable resources, I would like to highlight our Bank of Uganda branch here in Mbarara City. Not only does it serve commercial banks, by the way, in the catchment area, this branch is supposed to serve all of us. Our dedicated team offers a range of services, including currency exchange, information on government programs, and assistance with any questions of concern that you may have on the sector. Please feel free to walk into that building. Don't hesitate to visit the branch. I think they will introduce the branch manager when he comes, and take advantage of the expertise available to answer your questions. Once again, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening to me, and working together we can create a stable economy and a sound financial system that serves not only Mbarara, but beyond Mbarara and the country at large. I thank you. Just a moment for the MC. I will not leave this until he comes and I hand over this microphone. Mr. MC, I am done with greeting the people of Mbarara. So you come and take over your mantle. You want me to invite the, oh. You see, that's the reason why I didn't want to leave. Otherwise, I would have missed the honor of inviting the representative of the Deputy Governor, Mr. Philip Wablia, to come and greet the people and say something. It's my honor. Philip, you will excuse me, for us at the bank, we refer to ourselves with the first names. So when you hear me call him Philip, don't think I'm not respecting his big shoes that he's putting on, but he knows deep inside that I do respect him for representing my boss. Philip, sir, come and speak to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Before I speak to you, you know you respect your elders. So I'm just going to ask for my senior to just say hello to you. Mr. Dr. Adam Mogome, please say hello.
Abanyambara murireje nomanyeta amazina ganje ni Adam Mogome. Suzana yabagira ngo n'umunyambara nanye ndiyo munyambarara nkashomera primary yo kubanza mpaka ya katano Mbara Municipal School. Sabasaba ya Stera, sabasaba ya Nshanju na Mwenda, ya Stera ya Tubingo mu Mbarara, ekyamushanju na kereza Bushenyi. So hati nabagambira sabasaba hati ngiramu amanyamazi nanke myaka yanjye. So kwe nabagambira ngo nkani mu cya katano Nshanju na Mwenda, ari mayise ngo nkuzire. Ndiro munyo mwingi, ndire n'inyama nyingi. Mwebare muno.
Adam Webari Mnonga. I've been trying to practice how to greet, but by the time I finish, I'm sure I'll know how to greet. Members of Parliament present, religious leaders, resident district commissioner, the RCC, deputy mayor of Mbarara. I'm happy to see that it's a lady. We should give her a hand clap, you know. The representative from DPF, Deposit Protection Fund. So when we close banks, these are the people who have to pay you. So you should stand up and they recognize you. Thank you very much. Leaders from the Ankole sub-region, representatives of financial institutions, business community present, residents of Mbarara and beyond, and the Bank of Uganda staff, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Agandi. You see, I told you I would try and get there. In my speech, allow me, I'll speak English and Luganda if there are some people who can't speak English. Is that fair? Is it acceptable? Very well. Because I want to make sure everyone can understand. First, I want to thank the leaders and the people of Mbarara for honoring our invitation. You know, when you look behind, the whole place is filled. Thank you very much. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala okujja. And welcoming Bank of Uganda. I feel so welcome. Since yesterday, I've been trying to practice some Runyankore and everyone keeps laughing. You know, in the hotel, you tell them, they all laugh. But by the time I finish, I will know something. So I remember that during our previous town hall, something similar to this, in 2016. Mu 2016 twali wano. Abantu b'Embarara ne batugamba Bank of Uganda mutula Kampala temujja tulaba. And the late governor, may his soul rest in peace. We use these town halls gathering to tell stakeholders about our work and its impact. And we also use it to receive questions and feedback, like my colleague Susan has said. So your questions and comments today, ebibuuzo ne bye mwagala okumanya, twagala nnyo okumanya nti tuwuliriza. By the time I leave tomorrow, I'll be speaking Runyankore very clearly. And the role of Bank of Uganda in social, economic change. I've been trying to get it in Runyankore. I'm still challenging you people. I want a word in Runyankore which means social, economic change. So abamanyi Oluganda, maybe Oluzungu olubakalubiza. Social, bw'obuntu nandigambye ebya bulijjo, embeera z'abantu. Economic, yenfuna. Now I'm trying to challenge people from here to get a word in Runyankore which means socio-economic change. So we want to continue these engagements to strengthen Mbarara district's people's leadership. Remember, twatandikira wano in 2016 we started from here in Mbarara, which is very interesting. So as I discuss why we are here today, lwaki tuli wano, I want to explain the obligations of Bank of Uganda. Tugezaako controlling ze tuyingiza ne tuzifulumya. In what we do, we are controlling the borrowing costs. Sente ze mwewolerako. So edda bagambanga Bank of Uganda efulumiza sente. We have released money. Edda ne bagamba Bank of Uganda ate sente ezikoze eki ezijjemu. Nja kubannyonnyola lwaki tukikola. So ensonga lwaki tukikola nti twagala okulaba nti emiwendo, enkyukakyuka mu miwendo tegikyuka nnyo. The changes in prices don't change much. So bw'olaba nze Adam ne Deputy Governor ne bannanga abalala nga tujja mu katale ne tugamba to issuing the treasury bills, treasury bonds, olusi tuba tujjamu ki sente. Bwe tukendeza omuwendo gwe tujjamu tuba tuzzaamu ki sente. Lwaki tukikola? This is okusobosa nti enfuna yambwe mu nsawo tekendeera. Mujjukira amafuta gagenda paka 15,000 abantu ne bakuba ki enduulu. Kati teberezanga amafuta gali mutwalo per liter. Kitegeeza fenna wano, if all of us here received 1 million in the pockets, nembagamba kati tugende mu Mbarara mu town, ojja kusanga nga soda agula 15,000. Kubanga fenna tulina ki obusobozi. Ate nga soda tebamwongedde mu katale. So that is an example. Bank of Uganda controlling sente ezirimu ne sente ezikola ki ezivaamu. For example, last week Bank of Uganda twatuula ne tulaba nga esente za Uganda mu dola zono zidduse nnyo. Twatuuka mu 10,000 era banka zino era nja kinyonnyola nga mukibuuzizza. So for last week we increased the central bank rate from 9.5% to 10%. This was largely because of that depreciation of the shilling that we saw. So why did we do that? If we did not intervene, especially when you saw this shilling going, muleta nnyo ebintu. Ogamba wembabuuza wano mwena muwanika amasimu, ndooza buli muntu mu hall muno alina essimu. Si kyekyo? Kale. So if you have a phone nga jjo wagigula $100 nga it's 3,700 y'emitwalo 37. Last week esimu gye wagula mitwalo 37 yandibadde 39. Kitegeeza oba olina okwongerako emitwalo emeka? 2. So bwe tutakola mulimu gwaffe gwa controlling ezo sente ze muyina mu nsawo, musobola okulaba nga amasimu tugagulanga 6, emitwalo 6. So this was partly caused, lwaki kaatandika okutambula? Tuyina abantu ebweru abaleeta sente mu Uganda, who we call foreign investors. Abantu bajja ne baleeta sente ne baziteeka mu Uganda. Abamu mu nsi zaabwe ebintu bikyuse, so abamu baali bazikola ki? Bazizzaayo. Kati bw'osanga nti bazizzaayo, naffe locally ne mutandika okugula sente nga mutya nti kasobola okugenda mu 10,000. So bwe walaba nga akatale ako the currency has gone to 3,950, it was one of those reasons. Strong domestic demand, partly by customers buying and panicking. Okay? If this continues and we didn't do anything, it means the changes in prices will continue. If they continue, it means our target of 5% we shall not achieve it. Which means, encha you go to the bucket to buy matoke, today it was 10,000, tomorrow it is 10,500. The next day it's 10,600. So that's one of the reasons why you saw us come into the market. Also, olutalo oluli mu Middle East lutuleetedde ki? Challenges. Abamu kumwe mugamba olutalo oluli wala nnyo, naye amafuta gaffe tugafunawa. So bw'otandika okulaba nti abantu abo bakati balina okutambula engendo mpanvu, longer distances, twalaba nti emiwendo gy'amafuta gijja kweyongera. So kyova olaba nti twayongeramu kareeta ako. So we are recognizing that in this process some of us will feel pain. Kijja tukosa. Some of you mujja gamba, those rates are too high, you're killing my business. But I want to give you an example. When you fall sick of malaria, they have to do what? They inject you a little bit and you feel a little bit pain. Bw'olwala malaria bakuba akayiso n'osooka n'okaabamu naye nate n'okola ki? N'otereera. That is what we have done. So we recognize that the economic recovery is still slow. Okay? And that rising this central bank rate may have short-term negative interest rates. Bear with us. Mutugumiikirize, toyinza okulaba nga ka rate keeyongeddemu n'okaaba nnyo n'ekisinga okugenda mu katale and you find the prices that are what? Are higher. So, but over time mujja kulaba nga prices zitereera nga tetulaba amatoke gagenda waggulu, amata gagenda waggulu. Prices are not increasing. We want them to stabilize. So high inflation rates, changes mu miwendo, hurt the economy. Nawe oleme planning. So that's what we did. Another role of central bank is to be transparent and communicate and help policy people, you understanding. Many times people come to Bank of Uganda, and I have had cases where people don't know that I've paid for my loan. I borrowed 10 million, I paid 10 million, they have refused to give me my title. Transparency, communication. Maybe he didn't understand that he has to pay interest on that loan. So many times, one of our roles is to be transparent. And many times, even these banks can decide to misbehave. You come to us, we'll definitely help you. I'll tell you a story of a gentleman we helped. Bank of Uganda will work hard to keep price increases low and stable and reflective of the economic value. So we know your salary doesn't change, okay? So let's be clear about that. But if we allow the prices to just keep on up and down, we all will find it hard to live. So now that I've explained the role of Bank of Uganda, let me tell you what Bank of Uganda does as its duties. Some of you might not know what Bank of Uganda does. So, Bank of Uganda licenses and regulates and supervises financial institutions. Kataba abata asango obuzibu mu luzungu, let me explain. Bank of Uganda kyekola ffe tukkiriza abantu abagala okuggulawo bank. Tulaba nti bank byekola biri mu mateeka. Ate ne tumala ne tubagoberera ne tugamba otandise okukola ebintu ebikyamu. Ne tukola ki? Ne tukuggalawo. So ye supervision eyo gye tukola era nina ba members bange wano. So tulabirira institutions nga commercial banks, credit institutions, kanakaddako, listen very carefully, microfinance deposit taking institutions. There are certain microfinance institutions which are not deposit taking. They are not under Bank of Uganda. So I repeat, microfinance deposit taking institutions. Bank of Uganda edabirira ne forex bureaus. So obeera ng'olina forex bureau nga toyina license, we tunakukyalira onootubuulira lwaki otandise okukola emirimu egitali gigyo. Credit reference bureaus, large circles. Yesterday I arrived in Mbarara, and I'm happy to say you have the largest number of circles, which is very good. Congratulations to you. Temwekubira akagalo. And others to ensure that we meet the minimum requirement. What else does Bank of Uganda do? Bank of Uganda also promotes a reduction in financial crime. Abamanyi Oluganda mumanye ebyabafere, you know. One time, an institution went to a border town and opened up a bank. He just said bank and started collecting people's money. And no one asked him, ndaga ku license yo ya Bank of Uganda. But people kept depositing and what? And withdrawing. He said, I have a bank. What happened? One morning, bazukuka kumacha, and the people have closed the shop and what? And have gone. We ensure that anyone who calls himself a bank, so don't wake up and say, I'm Tumusime Bank, and you think you can start doing banking business. No, you can't. Okay? Thank you. And also, Bank of Uganda also looks at consumer protection and requires treatment of customers fairly. So if you come to us and you complain that a financial institution has mistreated you, we will listen, and we have a complaints handling desk at Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda also regularly inspects banks to ensure that there is professionality. You remember there is one bank we have recently closed. Some of you might not know. I'll ask the question to one of you and you see. So we check if a bank has sufficient capital and liquidity. That's one of the roles of the bank. In the event of the bank not having those requirements, we call it a bank failure. We protect depositors. We work with the gentleman here who keeps your money. So we don't want to cook and also decide whether the food is sweet. We give it to him. Bank of Uganda also has a role it plays in the national payment systems. Mobile money? Yeah? So, byonna ebitongole bikola mobile money, Airtel, mobile money, MTN. If you're doing any business that is relating to money, remember, the National Payment Systems Act mandated Bank of Uganda to regulate and supervise. Why? Tetwagala muteke sente mu bintu ebitali bituufu. You remember this D3? You give me $1,000. After 2 weeks, I give you $2,000 or $200. Please question. I'm telling you, question. Omuntu wagamba nti nina akantu kenkola nsobola okutransferinga sente. Ask them, where's your Bank of Uganda license? Okay? Payment systems link between buyers and sellers. So don't lose your money. These products are to all of you customers and available. All right? And you should not be ashamed or scared to look at them. And there is a famous word I've been practicing in Runyankore. They say, you don't need to cover yourself at dawn. Okay? So let me pronounce it in Runyankore. So I've told you so that you don't misunderstand me if I mispronounce. What I'm saying is, you do not need to cover yourself at dawn. Otakeshweka bwasheriri. Okay. Now you can see, you can correct me. All right? So please, don't be ashamed. We warn institutions. Okay? We warn institutions, agents, and clients to be aware of electronic fraud. People, and I say it again, do not give out your information on the phone. If you receive a suspicious mail and it tells you, Mr. Twine, you've won $1 million, click here to claim. Please don't. And today, we're here, we will educate you. Okay? Also, use a strong password. If I told all of you to stand up and we check your phones, some of you don't have even passwords on the phone. Others have a simple password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please use strong passwords. And also, you can have a system whereby if you want to withdraw your money, you send a request to the bank on your phone, they send you a code that you have to enter. Those are strong passwords and multi-factor passwords. So, why am I telling you this? You should not be scared to use your phone. So you cannot say, you won't come and say, I'm failing to sleep because I'm scared of dreaming. In Runyankore they say, tokaremwa kubyama ngu totakarota. You see? You can't say I'm not going to use the phone. So I'm trying to get most of these things. So please, members, try as much as possible. So, the Uganda shilling is the legal tender. And Bank of Uganda has the only right you won't find Mr. Wabulia saying I'm issuing shillings. Okay? So any money, it's only Bank of Uganda. I have seen some people creating pictures. These young boys, they go on the computer, they create, and they say Uganda has issued a 100,000 what? Shilling. You go and read the law. If Bank of Uganda catches you, you're going to go for 25 years into prison. Okay? We've seen people putting money like flowers. No, how do they say you love the lady in Runyankore? That money which you squeeze, tomorrow when we bring it to count on the machine, it cannot work. You know why? Because it is wrinkled. There are others who are very smart. They get the money, they put under the bed, on the floor, and they keep it. When he goes and looks at it, he says, oh, Nafiri, this money is spoiled. Don't throw it away. Bring it to us. We shall exchange it. Okay? But we encourage you to maintain a clean note policy and ensure that the money is clean. But Bank of Uganda also does something interesting. We want you to try and reduce the use of money, of cash. You've seen people being robbed. So we are encouraging you to use mobile money. Use mobile money. Don't carry millions to Kampala. Okay? Thank you very much. Don't carry. Reduce also the cost. You know, if today I gave my gentleman here 50 million in cash and I told him now go to Mbarara city, he'll have a problem. He has to get a bag, he has to get a guard. We are saying use electronic money. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank of Uganda also administers government's development projects. This is the most topic I know you're going to ask me about. Agriculture Credit Facility, the Small Business Recovery Fund, and other funds. The SCF provides affordable medium and long-term funding for value-added agriculture products like agro-processing and grain trade to transform agriculture in the economy. The Uganda Development Bank, commercial banks, microfinance deposit taking and credit institutions are what we call participating financial institutions in giving out this agriculture credit facility. So, we as Bank of Uganda encourage these participating financial institutions to give out this agriculture credit facility of loans below market. I think the last I recorded, it was at 12%. As of September, the cumulative SCF disbursements totaled 840 billion. Abatute sente mu agriculture credit facility in the whole country totaled 840 billion, up from 21 billion in 2010. This is the most interesting part, and you should clap for yourself. The Western region received 162 billion, which was 22%. Well done, Mbarara and the Greater Western region. You also had the most beneficiaries, 1,493, which was almost 40% of those people. And the block allocation uptake was 10 billion. You've done so well, Mbarara. Well done. Some of you are not clapping for yourself. Obugalo. You want someone else to clap? Thank you very much. The block allocation, Omugabo Munene, provides micro and smallholder farmers with access to finance by allowing them to use alternative collateral like movable property, inventories, and credit histories. The category now includes cattle restocking. Before, it was not including cattle restocking. Now it includes cattle for dairy and beef production, and poultry farming and agriculture. I would also like to recognize the presence of Doreen Makumi. She's Director Communication from the National Bank of Rwanda. Do you want to stand up and thank you. I would also like to recognize a senior officer of National Bank of Rwanda, Karemera Bob Allen. Please stand. You're most welcome. Thank you. So, despite its growing popularity, the Agriculture Credit Facility has not yet reached its potential due to several factors. And these are one of them, and you can include others. Limited financial literacy. But you can go to your bank and tell them, I want to access an agriculture credit facility. We also have people who have inadequate sensitization of credit officers, people who are sitting in those banks, and some of them really don't know what it is all about. We also have those people who want to receive and they don't know what to do. Then this is the interesting one. We have some people in these participating financial banks with limited lending under this facility. So some of you might not know how it works. So agriculture credit facility, the government gives 50% and the financial institution also gives 50%. And once we have a loss, the government has undertaken to take up that loss. But many times, emirundi emingi, tulaba abantu nga batya. Agamba, you first borrow mine. It defeats logic. If I'm going to share with you the risk, why would I lend you all? But it's the most interesting one. So, this disadvantages some of you, and we are aware of it. And we also have something called inadequate public information in rural areas on this. But we are not sitting. We are actually addressing this issue. Twogerane banks, both the participating banks and intended beneficiaries, like you now, we are telling you, sentence, how do they say it in Runyankore? The money is there. Zero. Center zero. Yeah, center zero. The Basoga, I think, says center zero. The Bank of Uganda is reviewing the agriculture credit facility operations and engaging the top management of the participating banks. Ladies and gentlemen, we also meet these banks, and we have been having meetings to review their internal credit policies. We are also talking to them, and allow access to affordable financing under the agriculture credit facility. The Bank of Uganda is actually doing something. We are trying to lift the restrictions on the SCF lending in some branches and regions, and ensuring that there is information that is communicated. Bank of Uganda is also promoting the SCF nationwide through radio talk shows. I think you've heard my colleagues, Kenneth, and we have been very active. Since many people in Ankole sub-region are agriculturalists and cattle keeping is the main economic activity here, you know, they used to talk about a cow called Rugaju. So I'm going to try and see it before I go. I don't know whether I'll find it. It's somewhere here. Igongo. I will go to Igongo and see it. So it's very interesting that we urge Mbarara city leaders to modernize, to continue to modernize. You have modernized, but you continue to modernize agriculture and promote value-adding projects. To move our people from subsistence. You know, The president always says what? Chida chonka. Yeah? So that we don't produce to eat. We produce to sell and live. To commercial economy. We also encourage players in the agriculture sector to apply for loans. And Bank of Uganda, through Bank of Uganda regulated institutions, I repeat, borrow loans from Bank of Uganda regulated people. Why am I saying that? Money lenders, we have a lot of questions. You know, there is a famous saying, a hen only picks and eats what it can swallow. In Runyankore they say, enkoko ne shonda. You have completed it for me. That was the thing which I've been. So thank you very much. That's very good. So the Bank of Uganda also administers what we call Small Business Recovery Fund. In 2021, to help small businesses that suffered financial distress during COVID, the government set up what we call the Small Business Recovery Fund. And so far, we, like the SCF, it can be accessed through supervised financial institutions. Loan disbursements under this fund have been 10.5 billion as of June 2023. I mean, they have rose from 10 billion to 16 billion as of September 2023. So we have also a memorandum of understanding amendment that removed some restrictions. Some of you, I know you're going to ask, I tried to apply and failed, but as in September, there are some restrictions that have been removed on the fund uptake, and Bank of Uganda is continuing to get your feedback. The Western area, again, carries the flag, has used 2.4 billion, well done, into financing 201 small and medium enterprises, and while 972 retail trade SMEs, which received 10.7 billion of the 16. So you can see you're doing very well. Yes, thank you very much. Obugalo. Bank of Uganda, in collaboration with Ministry of Finance, held workshops in Mbarara in April last year, to educate businesses in the Western and Southern Western region about the Small Business Recovery Fund. I hope. So in conclusion, I hope this overview of Bank of Uganda has been of benefit and helpful, and I hope we've all understood. Those who understand English, abamanyi oluzungu naba abalumanyi naye nga tebagala dwogera, let's put it in that way. I deeply value these opportunities nti muzze wano mutuwe feedback and direct dialogue, and I look forward to your questions and answers. Let's continue working together to build a strong and more prosperous Uganda. But before I end, I would like us to stand and in memory of our late governor, Professor Mutwebire, and just a minute of silence, we remember him for the great work he has done. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Please, you may be seated. Thank you very much, people of Mbarara. Many thanks for your time. Mwebale munonga twasima. Thank you very much.
Obugaro bwa Deputy Governor's Representative mbwenu yagamba je basebe na banyabo haza tuliyo ntutambura je na program yaitu so far speeches twas his mbwenu tubuza yeza district leaders which will do city leaders which will do towards the end. Erizoba aba MC turi babiri, nyowe Robert Wagonza hamna mjenzi wanje Paul Owembabazi. Itwena ntumanya Runyakitara kwoka Paul we na amanya Runyankore. So habwensonge Paul naza kutuyamba kwindura teke ebi bibagamba mu Runyankore. Wagonza will stick to Runyoro for now. So Paul, please come over and translate for the people of Mbarara.
Webale mnonga Wagonza Runyoro. Muriri mutabanyambarara. Amazina ndi Paul Owembabazi ninzarwa Rukunjiri. Kampala nkaza yo Bank of Uganda yamara kumpa umurumo. Nkani manya Rukunjiri koma Mbarara. So Bank of Uganda niyo yantwire Kampala. Okay. Ababembezi bitu bagezeho irere kugamba mu Runyankore, kugamba mu Uganda, konke cyandeta no kubasa kutereza tuce utokubasa kubutayetegereza je. Really. Direct communication niwe yagabandezeho we yatandukana Biburi yatushomera Biburi konke yamara yagerageza no kugira ngo sente bantumwe tuzukwateje. Era yagira ngo cya leta Bank of Uganda hano kimwe muri gebyo no kutwegesa ngo sente zitu tuzukwateje. Yamara yasima aba leaders abebembezi bambarara bona ukwatana so kutebekanisa omukorogo. Yagira ngo meetings nkezi zikatandike 2016 haza yagira ngo zikatandikira Mbarara yagira ngo kituresere hanuya no kururiza imwe mutugambire mukumanya hari Bank of Uganda mbuze byone bimuri kwenda rero banka abebembezi ba banka babagarukemo. Yagira ngo barya haba banka bineho bapata n'aba DPF n'abandi mbwenu yagira ngo nayeka kasangu ubona baryaha nabazagaruka mebuzo bitu byona ebitwenda kubuza. Hagarukaho bank secretary Suzani tinkumanya ibi byawe yanshimiye kuvuga abikuyi wagamba mu Runyankore ruyari. Suzani we yagamba mu Runyankore ruyari wa mere hiro hano yagira ngo akashomera mere hiro ruyari yabigamba mu Runyankore kunkana we yanayongesereza ki director wa communication yatugambira nawe yatugira ngo cyatureta nitwenda ngo abantu bambarara bamanye omugasho gwa Bank of Uganda umwihangeri. Nicyo cyamane kiyabanagamba yashoboraho bice na deputy governor yayongereraho ebindi kandi yamara yagira ngo ebinde Bank of Uganda rukora no kugaruruza abantu nayo niyo kwata kasete akekube yine egaruruza abantu mu community nambwe yagira ngo mu 2019 bakija bagaruka mu rwarro eryankahe eryabwizubwire hano barugaruka mbariboneza bateka mu nebyo kukozesa wanji konka yagira ngo nabafamu nonga ngo abana n'abakazi bafuna ubuherezo ubwe abako we yagira ngo abana n'abakazi babarije ihangane baririje abashisha mwagira mutimu abashira ntugenderayo. Yes. Okay, then deputy governor bank secretary yamara yagira ngo twine branch hanuye yakigambaho ngo bundi mwamwine bimukwenda kubuza ebashobire kandi utakubasa kugenda kuza Kampala riyare yagira ngo ka branch aha urashange umubuza ashimye ko nakugambira na kwa answer y'ikintu cyawe cyo kwenda kikwatire na Bank of Uganda. Deputy governor, I have seen you have learned the Runyankore in one day. So if you can take a week yatugambira mu Runyankore yambwe no yaturamusi mu Runyankore emfumu mwazuruze na Teresa Runyankore. Yes. Yeah. Yakira bebembezi bona kandi yabasima ahabo kwija aha mukoro ogwera izuba. Yagira ngo nawe yayongereza ngo kimwe habi ya Bank of Uganda byekora no kurebeka ngo Vision 2040 ikigendererwa cha Uganda ecyenkumibiri okwiha Uganda ombworo bakagitaha rurengo ro kugira ngo buyomayine makasete. Yagira Bank of Uganda, sorry, very sorry. Someone can come and assist. Kampala tari yumbeho nkeji kuriya ejembeho ne Mbarara nakabiho kar fresh okay. So yagira ngo Uganda ne playing a role mpango ne kora negezeho kurebeka ngo twaza ku 2020 abantu ba Uganda tubacu ruburu binema kasete yamara yagira ngo ebyo babikora bo mu kurebeka ngo sete zite ziti n'umushaho umutwaro gwanje gweri izoba na nyincha kare n'ugwingana nkachi ko mutwaro nicyo yagira ngo no controlling inflation ngo wazo mu katare ekitoje kukiya cyancu guru mutware rizoba nabazo mu mwaka uguru kwijane be nango shange ekitoje kigura shiringi umutwaro. So Bank of Uganda negezeho kureka ngo tubaza mu katare rizo kashanga kigi umutwaro nyincha kare cyurwumwe n'ecyo ko gundi mbwene bagezeho kureka ngo sente zaguma zine umuhendo gwazo kugushimikwa guri. Ndihi kweza habo kubinde byagambo mu runyankore ningenda ninguruka ebyo yamara yagira ngo kindi ngo Bank of Uganda negaba license niyo kuhereza license zo kwikiriza za banka eziryo mu ihanga ryona okora za banka ntuzumanya za Stanbic za Centenary za so yagira ngo buri banka yone yo kuza gukora mu ihangeri eshimikwa nebene license eri ku rwo Bank of Uganda kandi yatugambiraho nangwa yazicwamo mbicweka yagira ngo hariho za banke mpango ezi ya etati ya wanu yagira ngo za banke za zarwa gatenche yagaraka yagira ngo ntuhereza license za forex bureaus muri Mbarara harimo forex bureau ezo kwana sente werete dola zawe bakwe sente za Uganda eza Uganda bakwe dola ezo na yesu mkazi bazine license iri ku rwo Bank of Uganda yamara yatugambira ngo arizo bakwita credit reference bureaus mwine za financial card eza benzigabezo onka habadi hati bakabiya wati nabagira ngo we ndanga muntu yawe no shinka no gitwara stiro kafuna loan yawe utatwire financial card konka hariho abitongore ebyo ebine license yo kureka ngo byaguma mbitureba yaba twine mico mirunjo mu kushashore sente zitu za loan zitwa tuhireyo so nane ebitongore ebyo nabyo license mbigiho mu Bank of Uganda rero yajya ngo nazasakwe mpango kandi yasima abanyambara yajya ngo kwakira kuni yareba ne za sako nyingi munonga aho tweterere n'umungaro nabwo ecyo zasakwe mpango zona ezakuzire zishenkwa nzifuna license ku rwo Bank of Uganda yagira ngo eberagire byasako zohereze kurabaho so zatandikire ku applying ngo zifune license yagira ngo ekindi zamara kufuna license aba Bank of Uganda still neguma neziteka herisho neguma nezireba kureka ngo sente zite zitwatekayo zagoma zirije kureka nkwe wafuna yoroni tubakuteganisa ukumwayikirizangine ngo no kushashura roni yawe nuko wagishashura tubayihindura mbene Bank of Uganda neguma neija ne chebera za banka ezo yabana zikora kurugirira nkeberagira baziterera ngo zikore okubiri yatugira ngo hariho n'indije yitweta national payment systems national payment yagamba hari mobile money na ura yagamba aza yagira ngo tugumente kusa mobile money mununga tureke kugira ntwekore sente rero yagira ngo MTN mobile money yagira ngo Airtel ezo zona zine license zukurga nkahi mu Bank of Uganda ekiya emphasizing yagira ngo abantu bona abakudiringa no kwata ha sente z'abanya Uganda bashenkana babisha bakafuna license kurga nkahi mu Bank of Uganda kandi yahabara abantu yagira ngo waza gumanuza kugira ayo waza kuza uri wakujya ati nimbika sente ni nguza sente yagira ngo rebeke ngo waje tukonga shikwe no ngo no tubikira sente license yawe ku rwo Bank of Uganda erinkahe ecyo yahabara abanyambara ngo mugume mu cyubuze ahabo kuba harimo abanda barukora batine license batarakumanya okay aho mwishuka jango tijuka kweshweka bwasheshire utijuka kweshweka bwagizire ki bwasheshire nurwo rufu muri yatucera muri nyankoraho asa yanamanyisaho ngo mureke gumana umugenda ngo tukazo mu batine license actually yagira ngo twantunda kufuna karoni tugenda mu banke zine license tureke kuzo mu manerenda ko rabo ryaho nsasiri hakatare nakagwisa yagira ngo tureke gumana tuzo mu manerenda ahabo kuba tabaru regulated kandi ziriya za banki zindi ezine license zinaba kuzireba higuru kureka ngo tuzatutwaza kubi. Yatugambira aha electronic crime kuyamara tugambira ngo hari mobile money yajya ngo sente tuzitambura za mobile money. Aza yagira ngo tureke kutina kosa mobile money. Konka yagira ngo tokatina kose sumu yawe. Tokutina kubiyama ngo utagira ki? Ngo utarota. Nango bwino bufumu. Our DJ has got those proverbs. So the phones are here ziriya nezo kukozesa kandi turaze hakane ntiza kuzikozesa. Konka yagira ngo turebeke ngo twazikozesa je yahabura ngo uburyo mashine kwa ineka password. Password mujimanya anangwa kuri tugeta pin pin hazajya ngo pin yawe gumoteke mpine yo kureka ngo egumirete yanguhi ngo umuntu nabasa kugitebereza then yamarajya ngo dureke guma tugabana za pin nambwe n'umuntu kuza mobile money chikayo ho wa mobile money nyira akasente kanjaka ucheza at pin utora umuherezo ut pin 10.95 uje umugambiro wa mobile money ubwo manye ngo waje umugambiro sente zawe zona wagera ki wazigaba habo kwa ko yajimanya akasimu yake ibazona nazigenda mbwene yajya ngo tureke ngo twagoma ntiteka mpini yitu egumere eyo umuntu atakubasa kutebereza juba kandi yamara yagira ngo dureke jigaba pini nerye yawe wenga yagira ngo Bank of Uganda kindi niyo institution niyo ino bushoborozi bwo gukora sente. Sente zone zitwine zahandikireho Bank of what? Bank of Uganda. Niyo yonke ino bushoborozi bwo gukora sente kandi nane cya kandi kurebeka ngo sete zaguma zige sete zuboniri. Sete zuboniri. Ya example y'abakuzibika nkahi abakuzibiko mu karega bakaza bakuzibiko mu karega. Hariyo mu kataro kumara kuguza ebesani yawe y'amanda then ukazubika ahansi y'amanda. Icyo ncuma kimasa ngoze sete tuzakirikira ino baza kuzarya umucoma tuzigarika kora abamezonzi bazafa niko kuyatushobora mbwene yajya ngo tureke ngo ne sete twaguma tuzikwataje zaguma zuboniri tuzubikeje konka yagira ngo kandi ukora abo zine zizasisikire esete zisisikire ezicuyekireho ezo kurenga nimbe mbwene no zikiriza zona ugende hari ya Bank of Uganda hari ya Mbarara ugite na leta mitwaro yangiye kumezi tizibonire ni nyende zubonire yajya ngo Bank of Uganda shinyo kane ka sentence warete sentence kureze zkwashishikire byagaraka yayongeraho ngo Bank of Uganda eineyo ebinde bye kwereza nambwe no nari ntaho munahora hajura kigambaho yajya ngo nyonije kuri sente za agriculture yakigambaho ngo hari sente za agriculture credit fund esete z'abahinji ubuna nintaho muhino wakigamba ati nyukinisha no kureza abahinji zonka hano yaharorije kubigambaho in detail edakika bazumutera ha program konka deputy governor yagira ngo nabahesete abahinji kandi yasima abanyambarara ngo bamwe mwakimanyire ngo asente zibahiro mu Uganda yona percent anani3 zigira mu western ekikumasa ngo tuzikosa kurunja munonga yagira ngo abantu 10 kurgo mu western babwi na sente za agriculture credit fund yagira ngo sente za agriculture credit fund nazamanya ngo nizo kusingayo kugira amagoba make kusingayo percent 12 umwaka gwena so yana habura yagira ngo wanozenda no rabira mu bank mu commercial bank aho kubika sente zawe oba mu Stanbic oba mu Centenary o Post Bank yazeta participating institutions numworokuza konka wakamu no juti nyonija kufuna sente ezaguruka credit fund is Bank of Uganda rukuhereza then bamanye ngo specific baz processing yagira ngo bongireho zikanze kora ahabizikora bongireho abinente wine farm ya wente zishendire nonda kongera ente niyo yata cattle restocking no basa kwija bakweze sete ukindugwa ari kugura ente zawe 10 uzenjura umfamu yawe yayebaza abanyambarara ba leaders abo kugezaho kwegesa abantu okukora obuhinji obwe sete kutakora obuhinji obwo kurya kusha konka yabagambira ngo bongere mamani kureba ngo yaba modern farming twahinga ebinte birabentuhereze sente then twahinga tukukozesa bya karamagezi kugira ngo tushohoze byinji. Yatugambira Small Business Recovery Fund umbwire bwa COVID business zikarebe nako zimwe zikagaruka nyuma mwene Bank of Uganda kateka haka sente akezo a businesses zenche yagira ngo nazo tuzufuna tukorabo mu kamasho bank zitu no kuzo mu kamasho bank ukajya nyende sente za recovery, Small Business Recovery Fund, then they should guide you. Yatwereka ngo bashyira abantu Rwanda inshanjo na babiri aba business enche munonga hamwe na bibiromwe aba business zaza huru hagati abafunira harigeze sente mwebare kumpurura kanjire ngo hindiki nahindura uburinyo cyari ijya.
That's the beauty of having Wembabas and Wagonza as the MCs. So basebe n'abanyabo once again twabachira hati ntuzamuza presentations enche buli presentation neza kuheza 10 minutes only. Just Deputy Governor's representative, with your permission, just to inform the audience about the Bank of Uganda people present, so that in case they have an issue they can reach out to them. Mwarebo omuntu ajwere t-shirt ya white naho na logo ya Bank of Uganda ogo nabana rugo Bank of Uganda, so abo ine kibuzo abo ina kapapura anything cyo kwenda kubuza, just call that person aja korbat for avoidance of doubt, just to emphasize that the Bank of Uganda team is led by Deputy Governor's representative Philip Andrew Abulia. So Andrew Yabayagambri Neitwe, so we already know him. Mama Bank Secretary Susan Kanyemibwa, now Yagamba Neitwe Nchakare, so we already know her. Executive Director Research Adam Mugume ogo no muntu wanyu very much, so ni mumumanya and tuza kumuha 10 minutes just to tell you about monetary policy. Twine Director Communications Department Kenneth Egesa. Kenneth Inwe ya junanizibwa organizing a town hall meeting age. Twine Director Commercial Banking Department Hannington Waswa. Nawe Aroho. Twina Acting Director Human Resource Department Agnes Ibara Mugisha. Head Agricultural Credit Facility and Other Credit Schemes Alex Luanja. Head Corporate Affairs Andre Luana. Director National Payment Systems Department Representative Alex Ochan. Over there you'll also be talking to us for a few minutes about national payments, especially electronic payments and financial literacy. Then twin Director Statistics Department represented by Edward Twinomugisha over there in a white t-shirt, and Edward is in charge of the digital evaluation. Deputy Governor, just we are migrating from the analog evaluation to digital evaluation to get feedback from the audience. Director Ivan Amagaragariho is within Mbarara, but for now we have Paul Wembabazi from non-bank financial institutions. And then we have economic research, again, Barbara Asimwe. We have Sarah from the ACF together with Alex. Sarah, thank you so much for Kasara Mubuke. Thank you so much for coming, and many others abandi barikuri bakutekaniza kororante buri kintu cyatambraje. So for now njya kubasaba tubanze twemere mukachi aba VIPs, it is okay timba ino obushobozi, but the people decide. Just stand up. Buza kuri hayi hinti obayo omushomo ndi gutamuraje. Okay, just to stretch a bit in a minute before we can proceed. Okay, we may get seated. Thank you. That was a simple stretch. So habakaire kanu munyikirize nyete omukuru obakweta Alex Luanja. Alex Luanja niwe akutwara agricultural credit facility baita atakayizire mulingo mbagambire gengu tuina executive director research directorate at the Bank of Uganda kandogo muntu waitu hanu kandi niwe Dr. Adam Mugume. So before Alex comes, please allow me to invite Dr. Adam Mugume aijaba gambire bya monetary policy in about 5 to 10 minutes, then we proceed. Doctor.
Bangambira ngo mbashoborere bya monetary policy muri Nyankore bangamwere bugomere ninza kugezaho ati umwami Philip yaba yageza ko bashoborera ikweta price stability ato muno mo gwanje mu Bank of Uganda umwe no go price stability mugeno kunkuzo mu cyaro banjuma batumushawe esente kano nkuno ryezabusha abo kwana kampugira ngo umuhendo gw'ebintu gurya mpahono gurika hansi kandi turebana ngutemba price stability tikumanyisa ngo umuhendo gw'ebintu no gushuma price stability ntimanyisa ngunanka umuhendo gw'ebintu gwana gweyongera mpora tikumanyisa ngo hati kugura ekitoke onare waguze ekitoke erizoba nyensya noza kushanga ngo ebe y'ikitoke yagarikira hansi price stability ntimanyisa munaguze ekitoke nagura ekitoke nashinaguza amate nashinagura amate ebe y'amate omwaka ogu no kwija nuguma nugutema mpora so omuhendo gw'amate gwarga hara bitano kazahara rukaga na rushanju eyo nitumana manyisa ngo ebe yatemba konkati yatemba munonga so niyo price stability ejo mpo so price stability tikumanyisa ngo umuhendo gw'ebintu mbweno nugumana gushuma so umuntu mo gwanyo Bank of Uganda rero nugo kure ngo ngwebi embe y'ebintu tiyatemba munonga niki nanka mwami nanka Philip yabagizire ngo wonye n'umutwaro gwawe waguze ekitoki cyawe shashi narishe waguze inte yawe esente waziteko munshaho konkana bokana kuziteko munshaho no ferwa abo ko bati kibaremo waguze inte yawe miliyoni emwe esente waziteko munshaho nkimanyise ngo waheza kweza umwaka gumwe nubotakine miliyoni emwe noza kuba yine miliyoni emwe noza kuba miliyoni emwe yawe nyampaho neza kubiri hansi ya miliyoni yiwabiro yino mwaka ogwire ahabwa inflation icyo weta price nanka omuhendo gw'ebintu gumana gweyongera zo nkimanyise ngo wakwata miliyoni emwe yawe na miliyoni 2 ukaziteko munshaho no banoferwa konka waziteko mu bank bakakongeraho interest nasha amagoba age 12 nashi % omwaka gumwe jonje manisi ngo atirista mpaho wagobamo habo kuba inflation y'ebicoka bitano wihaho interest yo kubutungire noza kushanga wine mu mabagoba atiziga gebicwe nka mushanje so nicyo manisi ngo hati price stability manisi ngo wo ine sente zo kuboine umunshaho nawe waguze ikintu cyawe orebe ngo aho waziteka noteka ko banotungamo amagoba wagumushitamire ukaziteka hansi yo mfaruso ukazibyamera naco kaziteka mu mweko iraba kikuru bakabagira imyeko yabo ni yabere babanka uteka mu sente zawo ubona utekamo nicyo horora ngo umuntu kuyabera afu mu kikuru aragomweko gwe abuko mweko gwe ekebere banka konka mwe esente zo kuteka omweko no banoferwa konka wasiteko mu banka ukatunga amagoba buri mwaka amagoba ago mpaho ngatekwa kubana gakera inflation ni na mwami Philip yabagizire ngo niyo speed nashi emihendo y'ebintu neyengere taburo mwaka so omuntu mo gwito kwa Bank of Uganda twantu bagira ngo price stability twantu gira ngo omuhendo gw'ebintu on average gutaka hingura hari 5% over mwaka so ntibanjimanyisa ngo twikiriza omuhendo gwo bintu gumane gutemba konga gutakahingura 5%. A 5% ubana mageta cyo mu nyankoro rongi tinkweti ariyo towabi uteka butara hari chikomi. So twandimanyisa ngo price stability inflation ne 5% nibanjimanyisa ngo omuhendo gwe bintu bono mwaka utakahingura ebicoka bitana hari chikumi. So ntibantu bikiriza nitwe ngo omuhendo gwe bintu guteka kubana gutemba konga gutakahingura mu bicoka bitana hari chikumi. So twatunga inflation ya 2% nashe ebicoka bira hari chikumi. Yes twakora kurungi konka nanga target yitu nebicoka bitana hari chikumi. So esente zawe therefore wo ine sente zawe zone waguze ikintu cyabo noreba ahora stake washanga ngo tokutunga magoba aga kwinguro ebicoka bitana hari chikumi nuba noferwa oboyine umtwaro gumwe oboyine mtwaro ebiri oboyine billion wazbika otatungire mu magoba aga kwinguro ebicoka bitana hari chikumi nuba no manyinguno wa nofer no tekoba noferwa. So woyine obozi biko musako obozi biko mbanka kungota kaste kansion farso na jo kaste kumweko aho bano noza kuba noferwa. So muno mogwito kwa Bank of Uganda therefore nanyo gwanja kutwe ekinkurebero Bank of Uganda ngoko kureba ngu emuheno gwebintu tugwahingura habicoka bitana 10 na umuna abaza kumbuza chi omuhendo gwebintu mwene mumugumanya muta abukoba esati nekitoke tibukweyongera a speed emwe noza kushanga esati abukoba esati nerga heru neteko banetemba munongo kutire ekitoki. So konkwanto gamangu omuhene gwebintu gutakahingura ebicoka bitana 10 tubantu manyise ngo bintu byone byogora obesati obomonyo obekitoke obesabundi byona wabigita okare emihendo yebe bintu byogora ntwantu mugira ngo on average bitakahingura ebicoka bitana hari 10 nugo muno magwito gwa Bank of Uganda habwaki ntugira ngo ebicoka bitana hari 10 abo kubantu manya ngo emiheno y'ebintu etewa kweyongera twena tukikiriza insi yona na ikiriza ngo umuhendo gwekintu nobo kuza mu America ato mu America nabone nanga inflation target yabo nebicoka bira hari 10 ito tukateka bitana hari 10. So emihendo y'ebintu eteyongireho kandi ekimanje manyise ngo entu kayihanga tiyakura. So ntwikiriza ngo umuhendo gw'ebintu gweyongere kongo tukayongera munonga niyo umuntu gwa Bank of Uganda kandi ngo umuntu gwanje ogwa price stability ninje nashobora nageze kushobora mwebare munonga kumpikiriza.
Obugaro bwa Executive Director Research Bank of Uganda Dr. Adam Mugume. So now ntuza mu presentation endijo presentation agenda akorwa Mr. Alex Rwanja kandi Mr. Alex Rwanja nabanamugambiro kare niwe akukora agricultural credit facility na small business recovery fund a loan y'ebyobuhinji ne loan yo business obuche obwatungira obuzibu mu COVID-19. Naza kugamba mu rujungu kuyaheza Owembabazi will come and translate. Mwebani Alex.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, Deputy Governor Representative, Mr. Andrew Philip Wabulia, for having given me this opportunity to interact with the people of Mbarara. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Olw'ensonga nti ekintu kye twagala okwogerako kintu kikulu nnyo, sebo mukama wange ojja kunzikiriza, tujja okwesanga olulimi Oluganda n'Oluzungu, kubanga waliwo omwami omu yayogera nti waliwo ensi ezasoosowaza olulimi Oluzungu era bafuweeta olulimi Oluzungu bulungi nnyo naye balufuluweeta ku mbuto ezitali mu mmere. n'olw'ensonga eyo nange nja kwogera Luganda nga kyenjagala kubanga ngenda kwogera ku kigambo kya agriculture era n'engeri gye tusobola okufunamu ssente zituyamba okusoosowaza mu byennima kubanga ye sekita emu gavumenti gyetaddeko essira okulaba nga twekulaakulanya oba Abanayuganda nga twebbulula mu bwavu. So Mr. Deputy Governor, sir, ojja kunsonyiwa ku ekyo. I will be using interchangeably English language and Luganda. Ndi wano olunaku lwaleero okubanga twogera ku kigambo kya Agricultural Credit Facility ne Small Business Recovery Fund. Era njagala nfunze nga kyenjagala kwe kusigazawo obudde obugenda okutusobozesa okufuna emboozi n'okuddamu ebibuuzo bye mulina ku nsonga ekwatagana ku Agricultural Credit Facility ne Small Business Recovery Fund. Kinkoze bulungi nnyo nti mukama wange wabadde awa wano speech facilities zino ebbiri, Agricultural Credit Facility ne Small Business Recovery Fund azoogeddeko. Kakati nze kinyanguwidde nnyo tugenda kuyitamu buyisi n'okwanjulira abo ababadde batakimanyi naye nga nkimanyi bulungi nti ffe abantu ab'Embarara Agricultural Credit Facility ne Small Business Recovery Fund tugitegeera bulungi nnyo era tutandise ogifuna. Agricultural Credit Facility was established in 2009 ng'ekiruubirira kyayo kwe kulaba nti tusoosowaza eby'obulimi okwongera omutindo kw'ebyo bye tulima wano mu Uganda. Eno facility Bank of Uganda egikwasiganyiza wamu ne commercial banks zonna mu Uganda ezo Bank of Uganda zewa license okukola omulimu ogwa banking. Era sente zino eza Agricultural Credit Facility tuzikuwa osobole ozikozesa okusosowaza eby'obulimi okwongera ku mutindo kw'ebyo by'olima oba mu ku by'obulunzi by'olina mu makaago. Mukimanyi bulungi nti economy ya Uganda oba ebyenfuna bya Uganda biyimiridde ku agriculture. N'olw'ensonga eyo gavumenti esazeewo eteeka essira amaanyi gonna ku sekita eno eya agriculture okulaba nti tuva ku mulamwa guli abantu b'ekibuku gwe bagamba nti bo bakolera kida kyonka wabula tusobole okukolera olubuto naye ng'ate tusigazaako ebimu bye tusobola okutunda ne tuyingiza ensimbi mu nsawo zaffe mu maka gaffe. Sente zino osobodde okuzeewola okutuukira ddala ku billions 2 n'obukadde 100 2.1 billion. Naye si kyekyenkomeredde wobanga project gy'olimu weetaaga sente ezisuuka mu 2.1 billion. Management ya Bank of Uganda ekyasobola okutuula negamba oba osazeewo ng'oyagala kwewola obukadde 5 billion 5 oba billion 10 okusinziira project eyo sente zeeyingiza mu Uganda wano n'omusolo gw'osasula ne foreign earnings zino sente engwira nga $, n'employment gy'owa Bannayuganda bayinza okusalawo ne bagamba yadde nga memorandum of agreement etugamba tukome ku bukadde billion 2 n'obukadde 10 basobola okuwa billion 5 okusinziira ku mugaso project eyo gwebeekola. Mujjukira bulungi nnyo nti ebiseera ebyayita Mukama yatuwa embeera ennungi abantu ne balima ne tulima ebijanjalo ne tulima kasooli buli kimu kyajja. Kati we twalima kasooli ne tufuna okusoomozewa ng'akatale tekaliiwo abalimi ne balaalajjanira gavumenti bulijjo mutugamba tulime twalimye naye obutale tetulina. Gavumenti yaffe ennungi ebuliriza yateekawo billions 10 eri oyo asobola okugula ebirime ku bantu abisitowaringe oba abyongereko omutindo nga kyetuluubira kwe kulaba nti gwe omulimi ali wano ampuliriza akatale okalina. Kakati gwe obanga oli mu grain trade you can borrow up to a maximum of 10 billion. Sente zino ozeewolera wakati w'omwaka ogumu oba emyezi 6 okutuukira ddala ku myaka 8. Kisinziira emboozi gy'ogenda okubeera nayo n'aba commercial bank era na project yo gy'ogenda okukola n'obungi w'essente zogenda okwewola. Naye obanga oli mu grain trade sente zino ng'ogenda kugula birime ebiwedde emirimu bamaze okukungula gwe okirizibwa okwewula ssente zino obutasuuka bbanga lya myaka 2. Oyinza okuba nga ogenda kuteekawo ekkolero naye ng'olina okukola research, olina okunoonya akatale. Kakati gwe omuntu agwa mu ttuluba eryo gwe tukuwa akalembereza emyaka 3 nga tonanaba kutandiika kusasula looni eyo, naye nga owaayo ka interest, naye nga principal gye weewola gye bayita grace period ye myaka 3 nga togisasudde. So maximum grace period ku project eya agriculture nga ddala nnene ate nga yeetaaga okola research okunoonyeza ono nawali, tukuwa maximum grace period of 3 years. Naye obanga oli mu grain trade yo terinaako kalemberezaako. Naye banga erisingirayo ddala obutono mu kwewola ssente zino giri myezi 6 gyokka. Oyinza okuba osimbye ebijanjalo byo, tumanye ebijanjalo bya myezi 3, omwezi ogwokuna olimu okwanika, ogwokutaano onoonyeza akatale, oba oyagadde akasente keyongereko, mu gw'omukaaga gwe tunda osasule ebbanja lyoba weewoze. Ekirungi ekisinga mu byonna nti zino ssente ozeebolera ku butundutundu 12 ku buli 100. Yeero nekyasinze ddala okubeera eya wansi ennyo. Bannayuganda bannange era ffe abantu b'Embarara twetanire ssente zino. Era njagala okubeebaza kubanga wetutundira mu records zaffe mukoze bulungi nnyo mu agricultural credit facility nga mukama wange wabagambye. Small Business Recovery Fund nayo mugikozeseza bulungi kubanga mwe bantu buli government program gyeteekawo mugyeyunira okulaba nti etugasa wetuba tutambula. Muli bakubiri ku Central, naye Central yo it is just a center kubanga omuntu ow'Embarara n'omuntu ow'Eggulu n'omuntu ow'Embaale naye ayinza okuggulawo faamu ye, era abasinga baguza amataka mu Central region ne bateekayo farms. Naye tete omuntu asobola kuva Ggulu n'ajja wano okukola faamu. Kale kitegeeza nti Western region mwabakuta akati mu kukozesa ssente zino eza agricultural credit facility, era tubeebaza mwongere okuzeetanira. Naye ekindeese wano olwaleero kwe kulaba nga tubeera n'emboozi nammwe tulabe buzibu ki bwe musanze mu kukozesa ssente zino, bye bibasoomooza biki bye tusobola okunyumyako, ate we tubeera n'emboozi nammwe kituyamba okufuna amagezi n'okwongera ebintu okulaba nti tusala amagezi okulaba nga twongera mu ngeri y'okukozesa ssente zino bye twongera mu memorandum of agreement proposals ne tutwala Ministry of Finance ne babiikiriza era ne bitugasa. Kakati wetubanga tumaliriza emboozi zaffe mujja kunoonya Alex Rwanja ne mwanyinaze gwe bayita Sara Mubuke wetunabeerawo fonna tubeere mu mboozi ezo. Kwata akapeeni wandiika ekibuuzo kyo, jangu oyogera olulimi Oluganda, jangu oyogera Olunywankole oba Oluzungu, jangu ofuweete ebyo ebibuuzo byonna tujja kubiddamu. Ani asaanira okufuna ssente zino? Gwe nange ng'omuntu kinoomu oba group oba company kasita tubanga tuli mu line ya agriculture okirizibwa okwewola ssente zino zonna z'oba oyagadde ku onula obutundutundu 12 ku buli 100. Wobanga ogenda kulima, ogenda kulunda, ogenda kusimba, oyagala kusima daamu, oyagala kuzimba structures ku faamu yo, buli kyonna ky'osobola ky'olowoozaako naye nga kiri mu agricultural value chain, ezo ssente weeziri era osobola okuzifuna under the agricultural credit facility. Naye obanga omaze okumpuliriza ku ekyo ky'owetaaga okufunirako ssente, kiki kyetutagabirako ssente zino? Woba ogenda kugula ttaka, nedda tetuzikuwa lwa nsonga. Ebikwatagana n'amataka mubimanyi. Ate twagala kukwate ssente tuzisibire mu ttaka, ate nga waliwo Munnayuganda omulala naye ayagala ozikozesa. Awo tetusobola kuzikuwola. Woba oyagala kusimba miti, ekyo nakyo right now tetukkiriza kubanga gestation period y'emiti wonootundira olyoka ozeeyo ssente zino eri omuntu omulala asobola okuzeewola kiyinza okutwala ebbanga. Kakati tetusobola okuwola kugenda kusimba miti, naye tukyalina emboozi wakati wa Bank of Uganda ne Ministry of Finance okulaba nti n'abo abasimba emiti kasita abanga alina cash flows ezisobola okusasulanga looni ng'emiti gye wegikula basobola okutuukiriza kubanga tuli ku green financing nowadays. Eyo proposal twagiteekayo Ministry of Finance era we bali banga bagikkiriza tulikomawo gye muli ne tubabuulira. Kakati gwampuliriza kiweetaaga okukola kyokka okufuna sente zino. Gwe sooka ogulewo akawunti mu banka. Kubanga mukama wange nga wabagambye zino sente ziyita mu commercial banks. Tonoonya Bank of Uganda weeri nti gy'ogenda okufunira sente zino. Nedda. Gwe genda mu commercial bank yonna, Centenary, Stanbic, Microfinance zino eziri licensed, yonna housing finance, any bank that is near you. Please approach them. Ogenda obagambe nti twabadde ku musomo juzi wano ne batubuulira ku bya agricultural credit facility era kye kindeese wano mu nyambe nsobola okuzifuna. Wandiikawo akantu ke bayita proposal, sente ezo ogenda kuzikozesa otya? Kubanga ekyo banka kyegenda okusinziirako okulaba nti mu butuufu osaanidde okufuna sente zino. We twali tutandika skimu eno mu 2020 twasangawo obuzibu. Kubanga gavumenti yali etaddewo nti buli muntu ayagala okwewola sente zino alina okubeera n'omusingo. Ante omusingo gwe bateekako essira ng'olina okubeera ne land title. Twagenda okulaba nga sente weeziri naye nga si buli omu omulimi eyandiyagala okufuna sente zino nti alina land title. Gavumenti neegonzaamu neegamba nti nedda katufune abantu bano ba farmers abatonotono balimi naye tebalina land titles tubayambye tutane. Bagamba nedda mwewe mujja nga muli mu group bantu 5, 2, 3 okusinza group yamwe nga weneebeera osobola okwewola ng'okwesa land sale agreement etali title ne weewola up to obukadde 20 inga tolina musingo gw'otaddeyo wabula nga otaddeyo ka land sale agreement ko akalaga owananyine ku ttaka eryo era noweero singa akuwadde ebbaluwa ekakasa nti Alex Lwanja mutuuze w'Embarara wano era talina buzibu bwonna ettaka lyaliko lirye yadde nga talina land title. Bank egenda okuwola obukadde 20 ng'omuntu kati bwe mubeera abantu nga 10 ezo milioni 2 ziba zikoze eki zimaze okuyingira. N'olwekyo twagala mwetandika ekigambo kye bayita block allocation. Block allocation kitegeeza nti mujja kukwata applications zammwe muziteeke wamu zigende mu banka bazikoleko naye nga buli omu agenda kugulawo akawunti ye era agenda kufuna sente ze ku akawunti ye. It is a block. Kyekintu kitwetanidde ennyo era mu Northern bakikozesa namwe wano mukitanidde nnyo. Kiyambye nnyo abalimi abamukwata mpola abatalina land titles era ekyo ekintu kiguddewo nnyo potential okulaba nti abantu bafuna sente zino. Nabasuubiza nti ngenda kumala obudde butono nnyo naye tulina Small Business Recovery Fund. Zino sente ze government ze yateekawo mu nsako okulaba nga eyamba obwo business obutonotono obwakonziba olwa embeera ya COVID nga we yajjawo. COVID we yajja twalina lockdown. Abantu nga tebakyasobola kutunda bye balina, tebakyasobola okugenda kugula wali baleete wano. Kakati business nezikonziba yaddenga obulwadde bwali butuluma n'abantu nga bafa. Gavumenti yaffe ebuliriza yasala amagezi okutuwonya. Abaagenda Mukama abawe ekiwumula ekirungi naye neetaasa obulamu bw'abantu. Abantu we baabona negamba nti okay abantu bataasizza naye ate business zaabwe kubanga olwo ate bwe bulamu obwa Uganda's economy. Nabo ne bateekawo billions 10 ne participative financial institutions commercial banks nabo ne bakkiriza okuteekawo billions 10 ze billions 200 ezo nga za kuyambako buno business obutonotono obwakonziba olwa COVID-19. Kakati ate ekirungi kyamu nti zino sente osobola okuzeebola ku magoba amatono nnyo 10% per annum. Woba ogezezaako okukyusa mu monthly it is 0.9 something %. Eyo loan eri very cheap. Era buli we tugenda tugezaako okugamba abantu muti mugezeeko okwewala ba money lenders nga mukama wange wabagambye. Waliwo abaana bagamba daily. Once you go to those people daily loans, be rest assured that you will be also arrested on a daily basis. Kubanga tulina business gy'ogenda kukola ekuwa amagoba buli lunaku. Mwetanire programs eza government. Kakati zino sente osobodde okuzeebola kasoba nga olina ka business ko akatonotono genda weewole ku only 10%. Maximum period is only 4 years. Naye osobola kwewola for 2 years or 1 year depending. Naye nga amagoba gali wansi nnyo. Kakati gwe atasobodde ku benefitinga mu agriculture ng'oli mu business olugye lugule wano jangu weewole genda mu commercial bank yonna weewole sente zino at only 10%. Injagadde kubbulula emboozi eno gye muli mugitegeere naye bisigalidde byonna ffe tugenda kubeera wano paka lwaggulo mujje tunyumye jangu obuuze ekibuuzo kyo kyonna jangu oyongere okumanya engeri gavumenti gyegenda okuyambamu totuuka 26 otandika okubuuza nti gavumenti enkoledde ki erina bingi byekoze ebyo bye bimu ku ebyo mukama wange abaleese abazeeyo mirembe era tubeebaza okubanga muzze mu bungi bwe muti era kitegeeza nti tulina omukwano nammwe wakati wammwe ne Bank of Uganda tukimanyi bulungi nti si buli muntu yenna nti asobola okutuukira Bank of Uganda weeri naye mukama waffe ne bakama bange bano abali wano basalawo nti kati Bank of Uganda ketambule eje gye muli kubanga esaavinga mmwe mwebale kumpuliriza mukama abakuume.
Webali muno Mr. Alex Lwanja kuruga mu Agricultural Credit Facility. Hati tukwenda kwachira Chairperson LC5 Mbarara District represented by Honorable Juliet Nabakoza. We had earlier Ron introduced the resident city commissioner Canon James Mwesije sebo twakwachira webali kweja. And of course once again her worship the Deputy Lord Mayor Honorable Priska Mogans. Thank you for coming. So Alex yagamba omuruganda turetegerize rundi tukwenda batuhindulire muretegerize kurungi. Okay, good, then that means tugende ha presentation endi presentation egarukaho agenda kutuheibwa Alex Ochan. Alex Ochan agenda kubaza ha national payment systems na muno electronic payments na financial inclusion nebindi nawe tukumuhereza 10 minutes dakika 10 zonka abo kuba tukutaga tubalekereyo bwiro bw'okumara bw'ebikaguzo tiniko. So Alex Ochan, kindly come over and make your presentation.
I was trying to learn how to say hello and they told me it's a Gandhi. I hope it's right. My director is teasing me to also go in Ronyankole. Good morning. Allow me also to observe the protocol that was already observed earlier on. My name's Alex Ochan. I'm from Bank of Uganda as well, and I work with the National Payment Systems Department. I will go in another version of what we do as a department. Our role, as highlighted by the Deputy Governor, is to ensure the safety and efficiency of payment systems as one of them. But what does that mean? I will start from telling you what payment systems is, but I know most of us know mobile money as the most famous. So payment systems entails not just the technology that we use to send money from one person to another, but also the people that are involved in that process, as well as the rules that guide the transfer of funds. So we look at payment systems as being similar to you making payment using the actual notes and coins. The difference here now is that you're using a system to transfer money from one person to the other. So what happens is that the Bank of Uganda developed a law in 2020, which is called the National Payment Systems Act, that gave us the mandate, one, to license all the players, meaning we license those that provide what we call electronic money. An example is the MTN Momo or Airtel money. We also oversee the operations as a second option, but also the Bank of Uganda runs other payment systems, and we do run two systems largely. We run what they call the real-time gross settlement system that allow you to transfer large values of, if you have like 100 million and you want to transfer from one bank to another bank, you will instruct your bank to transfer that funds and it goes within 2 hours. But we also have what we call the automated clearing house that allows you to move funds that are of low amount up to maybe 10 million or less at a low fee of about 3,000 to 5,000 depending on the bank that you use. So that is one of the things that we do as central bank. But we also oversee the operations, and by that I mean that we ensure that they operate in a way that is not detrimental to you as a consumer. So far we've licensed about 28 players. 6 of them issue what we call electronic money, and that is what normally every player calls mobile money. Recently, because of the operations of one of the players, we had to suspend their license, if you had in the papers, pivot payments, because we realized that the way they were operating was a bit detrimental to you as a consumer. Now, I will tell you a little bit about how many of these players, in terms of customer base for mobile money. As at the end of December, we had about 44 million accounts. That I mean that the total number of people who are registered on mobile money was about 44 million. Ideally, that is, we would say that the entire population has an account, not so? Isn't that so? And if I am to confirm, how many here does not have a mobile money account? Okay, it implies that we all have a mobile money account, if we would say so. But again, when you look at how many are active, we realize that only about 22 million are active, meaning you're able to make a payment within 90 days. That's how we look at an active mobile money account. So we've seen a lot of growth in that area, starting from around 2009, when MTN partnered with a commercial bank to introduce mobile money. And we are seeing progressively that people are using mobile money on a regular basis to support payments, in addition to other payment systems that we like real-time gross settlement system. As Bank of Uganda, we've realized that there are also challenges in people using, and I think I'll get a lot of questions around what is Bank of Uganda doing, especially to address issues of fraud. You've had people making calls and trying to dupe you into sending them money. And this is, whenever we go around the country, we hear those questions, what is Bank of Uganda doing to address that? We've set up different committees, and what we notice that the problem comes on the side of either the consumer or the person who is trying to con the consumer. One of the issues that comes is that you are conned into thinking that you're going to win maybe a car or something, and you simply allow to send money to a wrong person. But also we notice that some people are registered on, they have so many mobile money lines that they actually don't know that they are registered on. We've worked closely with Uganda Communications Commission. I'm not sure if they're here today, but they'll be here tomorrow, to ensure that customers confirm that all the mobile money lines are actually theirs. And if you want to try that, you can dial *197 hash and check on your NIN. You will see all the lists of accounts that are registered under your NIN. If that is not yours, please make sure that you confirm with your provider and they remove that. But also internally, we've started, as an industry, we've started blacklisting some of these lines that con people. And we're working closely with UCC to do that and the players in the market. Now, the second item that normally we are asked for, that you promote payment systems. But we've had all these questions around Bitcoin as one of them, central bank digital currency as another, and in some cases there are companies that are registered in the names of digital money. What is Bank of Uganda doing about it? Now, the origin of Bitcoin started in 2009 with one of a gentleman, they call him Anonymous, that developed a method by which you can make a payment in a more cheaper way. So in 2009, that concept spread around the world. And up to now, Bitcoin is one of the methods by which either consumers use it for making payments or they use it for as an investment. Okay? So you're able to send based on a technology which we call blockchain, which I think it may not be very necessary to go into the details, but I'm able to send a value from Uganda to another country, and there's transparency in that system, but it does not involve the central bank. So you're able to see that Alex has sent money to another person in another country, but the central bank is not part of it. So what Bank of Ugandan government has done since 2019, we advise the public that currently the Bank of Uganda does not regulate that space of Bitcoin, stablecoin, or whatever they call it. Now they call it virtual assets. We don't regulate it as yet. And we advise the public, if you go into it at your own risk. Because the prices can be 10,000 today, the next day is 100,000, the following day is 0. So you're bound to lose your money. We've seen people go in, they market among university students, and they end up losing their money. So that is the stance, but the bank has continued to study the developments in that space. In the area of central bank digital currency, we are also doing a study, and we have an internal committee that is looking, do we need to introduce another method of payment? If you have your 10,000 shillings, should Bank of Uganda convert that into a digital value, similar to mobile money, such that you don't need to now have the actual cash, but you have it in your wallet or in your phone as part of the money that you have with you. So we are studying that, and like the Deputy Governor mentioned, one of the barriers is issues around digital literacy and general financial literacy. Is my grandmother in the village able to use central bank digital currency right now? Should government start by first educating people, making sure that everybody has access to a phone and therefore can easily make payments? Or is it that mobile money is doing what central bank digital currency can do? So we are doing that study, and we will inform the public about it. The other thing that the department does is on financial literacy. We create awareness on a regular basis. When you came in, you noticed Robert was speaking about, the MC was talking about savings, personal financial management, and all the issues around how to budget for your money, as well as how to plan for your retirement. So we coordinate financial literacy, and we create awareness on a quarterly basis. We've gone around radio stations, including in Mbarara, and very soon, in a week or two, we'll be on Radio West as well, to the population about how to protect their money, but also general financial literacy that we do on a regular basis. I think I will stop here, but I'm available for any questions that may come. I thank you very much.
Babali Muno Alex Ochan, Wembabazi, translate briefly, then we move on to the next presentation.
Webale Alex. Na ntakumanya ngu Uruganda niyo business language. So nanda hariya nimpandike bya Alex, kumbe abantu bona Uruganda abantu barucenga. Thank you for understanding that Uruganda. Konkani nyenda ku emphasizing akantu kamwe. Akuyagamba muheru. Ubu yagira ngo turagome nkora eshanga uri kuzuwa manerenda buri izuba niwe witekateka kuzumuchome buri izuba magamba mukahurirako. Yeah, that was a very strong point. Wa manerenda tabakuze buri izuba no zumuchome buri izuba. Okay, I want to just summarize, nyenda summarizing akaka Alex Chiyagamba national payments hati we yagira ngo turuge ahabyo gamba ngo twambarane sente umushaho nagure bihimba byanje niho munshaho nshashure, yagira ngo bo bareba uko kutambarana sente electronically, ko kutambarana sente nkasimu yawe kutara kutambarana sente mpapura zenyine. So ejo department ngibye koraho yagira ngo currently abafunire license ku Bank of Uganda abakozesa sente ezitari zempapura anabira na munana konka yagaraka yatugambira ngo umbwiro bugiro buce barugire kwemereza homu baba bagambira ngo Bank of Uganda ne kwa license egarike gumane kurebe ko kubana ukora mbwe numwe ahabyabe nakora be bitakugenda je no mberagiro byenyine yagira ngo barugire kumwemereza yamara yagira ngo statistics ya kurugiriro kuba kureba ngo aba miliyoni ananina z'abanya Uganda nibakosa mobile money ahari rizuba yagira ngo ketandikire 2024 katandikana MTN eri kwatagana na za banka zitu konka yagira ngo hari rizuba miliyoni 4 z'abantu banya Uganda nibakosa mobile money haza yatubuza ngo takosa mobile money yereza umukono kuna reba tagwereza natekateke ibintu bibiri maybe harotajikosa ati yacicenga nanga twe nantujikozesa ngwe natakambuza muri nyankori utakosa mobile money ayereza umukono yes mwakireba ekikumayisa ngo twe naturya hanchi aha mobile money yagaraka yatugambiraho ngo aha mobile money emwe bashangiremu no bushumo buri aha mobile money ngo uko muntu gurgaika kuterera atana bakweta nanka ati wahangure sente ngo hatsindika ha codage yagira ngo tugendesereze ubushumo buri yaho ngo hatobuzu uburuhe kituma mbatwiba either nito ba customer ninga nababibi itaba kosa mobile money ngo papa munonga bakugira ngo wahangure sente tuwabanza webuza naza hangura shinakora ki tuwachebuzaho iyo wakanogiro uti nibajya ngo usindika ha codage niyo hikano usindika kodi isumu yawe nibasa kugizamo badani wasindika codage nibasa kuzumusumu yawe ogino mu ngaro kunkaba ugira ngo uri umushumo wa musindikira code ya kugira ngo umusindikire waza kuriya atandika yehebura kimwe kirya sumu yawe cyona kiyaho abo akakoda ku wamuhereza ngene yaje ngo tuyigendesereze ahari yezo yamara yatugira ngo na n'ikindi ngo government itandikire kureka ngo esimu zona zahandikise mu mazina gitu ari kugira ngo ezibashangire zitahandikise zitari kiriya baryo nubaziyaho kugezaho kucendezo ubwo bushuma ubwaha masumu so yagira ngo nubasa kutera kunyiga ahasumu yawe *291# orebe esumu yawe oberi yo mazina gawe nange oberi yo mazina gondijo *2 sorry igana chenda na mshanju sorry igana chenda na mshanju then utekeho hash then urebe esumu yabe register ngira mu mazina gawe yagira ngo hari waburuze ikibuzo cya bitcoin ngo kati bitcoin zo tuzugamba hoki yabigambaho mu rufuti yagira ngo bitcoin katandiko mu 2029 ngo abantu bakoza nko kutukosa abantu bakoza kushashuriraho sente kondijo nanga ukubika sente zabo konka yagira ngo Bank of Uganda yagira ngo central banks zone za bank nkuru mu mahanga tuzukuregulatinga bitcoin tuzukuza license so yagira ngo obataka bahire license tabaka basaba bagira ngo mugenda bitcoin yagira ngo ozeyo wegereyo so yagira ngo habo kubaha bitcoin ngo umwe no shange sente zawo ko tire mitwari 10 nchaka rushange tembere eruko baranka 20 ugwakorataho ushange eruko barazuru uferwa sente zawe yagira ngo Bank of Uganda na Ministry of Finance bariyomba kwatagana hamwe kubanza bareba yabashime korebera juro bashanga bakubasa kujumaniginga ngo baragaruka kugambira abanyambarara kubargira licensing yagira ngo kindi national payment rikora no kwegisa abantu enkozesa ya sente yacheta financial literacy okwegesa abantu ankozesa ya sente ningira bamwe mwakererwa mu kace konka owagonza yagabagira yabigambo omurunyoro konka runyoro no ryankore tubiri kushana torunya kitara yagabagira yanatwegesa aha kozesa sente zitu no kureka ngo sente zitu ntuzushohoza kurugira nko kutwingana kandi ntureka ngo burukufuna ka sente nitubika mbwe nacyo yagira ngo eco nikikorwa department ya national payments ejo bona nibakuba basigira arabaye n'ekibuuzo naza kuba namubuuza konka nyenda kongeraho kamwe ngu kugira ngo ebibuuzo bitakakweba uri kugamba yaba nagamba yoguma nogira ki guma nohandika ebibuuzo byawe ahabo kwakora ategereze ngo ubona bahoyo kiri cyabanza nikiza kukweba so bana bagamba guma nohandika ebibuuzo byawe rero nituza kubigarukamo wowe kitinisa nayebuga ogo musaijogo that man is the whole minister of finance of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. I want to recognize it. That's why I said Wekitinisa is the whole minister of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. My co-MC today. Nashanga mwana wagaruka bayimereza abantu hanuya nashanga ngo MC na ina mani mingi. Wagira ngo mwene mwemere na deputy governor emer. I am also enjoying that. I want to introduce the following. Kanyanjure abantu aba Timothy Butaho na Eunice Balinkahi. Aha. Aba bantu ni barugo mu kitongore kibakwita Umura Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. Baba bagambire ngo hariho aba Bank of Uganda be ka license twagaba tugambire nkaragi sakoze. Then za sako zindi ezitakashize rurengo rwo kuza kufuna license ya Bank of Uganda. Nabandi abashimikwa nabaguze sente bashimikwa mbi ha license ukukwe. So nayi wakubanozo wa manerendo ashimikwa na ine license kuruga ukukwe. Thank you very much. Webali wekitinisa.
Webali Paul hati presentation omugambi akugarukaho niwe Director Commercial Banking Department Bank of Uganda Mr. Hannington Waswa.
Mugambire ngo agambo muri Nyankore terere.
Naza kugamba muri Nyankore mu Ruganda no mu Rujungu.
Thank you very much MC. Abishimwe mukamasimu. Ndaza kubashaba ngambi nkozese endimi ibiri. Urujungu no Runyankore rukiga. Nashoberwa ndabasa kugeza hano Ruganda. Konga katandika no Rujungu. Kindly allow me to use the protocol that has already been laid so that we can redeem time. First and foremost, what we do at the Central Bank is laid out in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. When you look at Article 161 of the Constitution of Uganda, it sets out the Central Bank. And Article 162 lays out the functions of the Central Bank. And drawing from those two articles, an act of parliament was passed to create the Central Bank of Uganda. Now, out of that law, there are so many other laws which were established to guide the business of banking in Uganda. The first is the Financial Institutions Act, where we supervise and regulate Tier 1s, Tier 2, and Tier 2 institutions. Those are commercial banks and credit institutions. We have 25 commercial banks and we have 4 credit institutions. Then there is another act called the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institutions Act. Mark the word microfinance deposit-taking. There are so many microfinance institutions, but the ones we supervise as Central Bank are deposit-taking. And wherever you go, where you find a name, at the end it will have in brackets MDI. Then another tier is called the Tier 4 Microfinance and Moneylenders Act, UMRA. And the representatives have been introduced to you. But my role this morning is to specifically talk about the first 3 tiers that Bank of Uganda regulates and supervises. The previous speakers have indicated that it's only Bank of Uganda that issues licenses to these institutions. And when you walk into their premises, if you're very observant and you look around, you see licensed and supervised by Bank of Uganda. Even when they're making announcements or advertisements on radio or television or wherever they go, they qualify that their business is regulated and licensed by Bank of Uganda. That is very intentional, and you need to pick interest in it. Why? Because if tomorrow you find yourself with a disagreement with your bankers, under normal circumstances, you should first settle your disagreements between yourself and your bankers. If you think you're not getting justice, you can come to Bank of Uganda for redress, and the bank will come and intervene. Now, intervention does not necessarily mean that you're right. You could actually be wrong, and the bank is right. But the Bank of Uganda comes in between the two of you to show you why you are right and the bank is wrong, or why you're wrong and the bank is right. So in case you have a complaint and the complaint goes against you, don't say Bank of Uganda is siding with the bankers. No. What we want is fairness. What we want is justice. In your relationship with these institutions, in most cases when they come to you, they will say, mulete sente zanyu tuzibabiikire. Mwaiza kuzibiika, murabasa kweguza. Nambwe baba bagambira ebya agricultural credit facility. Ezi sente zimwe zirarugo mu government, konka ku rugo mu government kiramanyisa ngo wazeguza torazishashuri. Iyo baza kuzikuguza, undi jo wazegurize yazishashura, rero babona ezo kukuguza. Ntabwo cyo wazegurize, reba ngo wazikozese ki wazeguriza ozishashure n'undi jo muntu abone kuzibona. Abo kuba government Uganda ina abantu miliyoni nka 50. Buryo umara reba government waza Kampala bona barakugambira government yetuyambe, government sete zeine tinyingi. Nimwe mushemerera kureberera government murashushure mishoro. Kushashure mishoro oshemeye kubo ine cyo rakora ekiraruga mwe sete ezira kuyamba kushashura mushoro. Government nayo tunge sete ezo kumbike senkuto, kumbika amarwariro n'ebindi, kubalinda obusinge bumwini. Hari abarara barareba ngo mugire obusinge, ebyo byona government rating sete. Banks ziriho kubaguze sete mukore business, mutunge tunguko mu magara ganyu, mushomesa abana. Konkana government mushime kugireberera murashashuro mushoro. Wotashashwire mushoro obundi kirabasa kugumiraniwe kugambira government ngo gire kyakolera. Nabwo ecyo bituragambaho turabasa kuba turya turabagambire bya Bank of Uganda ngo muze kuguza sete mubike sete zanyu, konka nyenda za kubagambira n'obuvunanyizibwa obundi bwo kushashura umushoro. Wakozire business Mbarara omwene mu accountant bijwire sorry works banks quacks. Oh no, I know they are good accountants, and these accountants should help you to prepare your records. Everything you do, keep a record of it. That's the only way you'll be able to know whether you're making profits or you're making losses. If you're making profits, well and good. Your life will be better. You'll be able to get money to pay back the loans you borrowed. You'll be able to get profits and do other things for yourself. Because in most cases, when you go to a bank, you want to borrow, the bank will ask for collateral. And the collateral they want is a physical asset in most cases. Something in which you have an insurable interest, a house, for example. The only way you can build a house and put it in your names and you say, this one is mine, is by getting money. Sometimes if you can't find any other way, you borrow. Do business and do it diligently. Take your records very carefully. Don't use the principle the bank has given you to build a house to sleep in, because you don't find money to pay back the loan. Unless if you're building a house for rent, the rent is what you use to pay the loan. Or if you have you're in gainful employment, you use your salary to pay back the loan. Otherwise, if you fail to pay, unfortunately, these bankers, because the money they used to lend to you comes from people who save. And when a saver wants their money, they are uncompromising. When I want my money, I want it that time I come. If you tell me come tomorrow, come the other day, then I'll raise an alarm. But by the way, this bank is not able to give me my savings, which means this bank has a problem. And if you tell 1, 2, 3 people, the whole town will get to know that this bank has a problem, and before long you find a queue of people coming to withdraw their funds from the institution. And when that one happens, it doesn't affect only one institution, it affects the whole system. That's why we are carrying out these sensitization workshops, so that you appreciate your responsibility as a citizen of the country, and the responsibility of the central bank and the responsibility of the bankers. So that at the end of the day, when we meet and have a conversation the way we are doing right now, we have a meeting of minds. We agree, or we may disagree, but we should be in principle. So the banks, I've talked about 25 banks. I've talked about the credit institutions, there are 4, and the microfinance deposit-taking institutions are 3. But in addition to those, we have what we call the credit reference bureaus. What the credit reference bureaus do is they keep your records regarding your borrowing relationship. If you've been observant, when you go to an institution to borrow, they want to look at your credit report. That credit report is got from the Credit Reference Bureau. It shows you how you've been borrowing, where you've been borrowing, and how you've been paying. Now, make sure you do everything you possibly can to maintain a clean record. Why? Because the next time you go to borrow, you should be very proud of your credit history, if it is good. Say, yes, I've borrowed from Bank A or credit institution A or microfinance deposit-taking institution B, and this is how I've been paying. If your record is good, you should use it to negotiate a lower interest rate. If your record is bad, even the bankers will tell you, by the way, yes, we can lend to you, but because your record is not very good, we shall give you this loan at 27%. So, wota shashwire mabanja, oraguma mbuhuku. Oragenda oreshengereza buli hamwe oreshengereza abantu munyambe. Tikiri aliyebeka mazima. Ntabwo ekyo ndabashaba. Ndabeshengereza. Muzo mu bank aga Bank of Uganda aliyeberera. Abaliyo mwabika kandi abaliyo mwayegusa. Deputy Governor, nibyo byanje ebyo. We bali munonga. Tunagezaho?
Wagezaho ogogo kinareba akashomera Kampala konkoro nyankoro ya Rwega. Norichiga yagira shi yagezaho. Ati nyowe nkashomera mu cyaro. Ati bangira ngo ngambo Uganda ni ndugambo mu Runyankore. Onka we bari munonga. Maybe ako kongeserezaho yakagambo mu ruzungu azananye nawe nkateko mu Runyankore. Akaka. Yagira ngo wazo mu banka. Ukateka yakasete kawe. Ningo kabuhireyo karoni. Hari koko botira kasete kawe kaza kiheyo kareba batakakwa. Nchanje mese ngo banka yineho ubuzu. Kuko rotire sete zawe agwenje batakuzukwa. Nanga koko bababorireyo karoni izo ino yizera banka yagira. Ati nkagenda ni hiseta mu banka. Ati nshashwire rone nashashura rone konka yanjire kwayo. Then namara nambuza nti mpa agreement ya rone yiba kwire turebe. ete agreement nibyo ati nyowe icukurunka gambira loans officer a WhatsApp ngo ni nyenda loan yampa loan so yagira ngo mwashanga ngo harimo butikirizangana hagati yawe na banka yawe no basa kwija urete complaint yawe ha Bank of Uganda complaints no basolvingiro wa communications director guess is here no basa kuji urete complaint yawe Bank of Uganda uyu banka yanje je nkozireki konka yongeraho yagira ngo tucuri kumanyisa nkora arete complaint ngo noteka kuba ni woshiri aba kuba hari babiri arwashire arwagwiri yo yagira ngo umugasho gwa Bank of Uganda in that case supervision director tinibija kwambareba wabo woshire nibija kugambira banka akutereze wabo gwire still nibija kugambira uko aho gwire bakutereze konka kina ni nyongereraho bantu mwe mwaba muza kwenda mwana uzo mu bank umwe kwenda za loan zanyweza anywhere agreement bajukwa ureke ngo wabanza wajishoma nangwa kasente ko ntumango nono kenda konka banza ugishome ujetegereze na banka tukazigambira ngo abakwaza cyo mu rujungu twagambira ngo wabo takamanya rujungu uyine kubanza yakwikiriza ukaronda umuntu uri kumanya rujungu then akakwinterprete ingero kimwe kirumu ukacetegereza bakakuteraho ko kwija kuba n'ushashura ukacetegereza then ukabona kusayininga kwiheze sete yakakayongera ngo bantu mwe mushashure loan zanyu ngo habo kuba ko kuzitekayo babona sente zo kwa bondijo yagamba ngo hariyo credit reference bureau na najigambira no kujigambaho ntugira licensing akurwa mu Bank of Uganda kurwa mu supervision directorate yagira ngo icyo kitongore cyo nicuguma ko kumara kwiha loan yawe kiguma ncyetegereze nshashura yawe konka kiguma ncibiteka ahizina ryawe hato cyurga umustanbik wo ugiye kushaba loan ukagenda umufinka kwenda loan babanza baza hizina ryawe bareba ko biri nushashura wabo bota kushashuraje bakujya ngo turukubasa hata aho hendera urugiriyo ugenda ahandi ahe bayikiriza kubasa nibakureba nko muntu umuzu sente zabonze basa kuburirayo so yagira ngo babikirize nibakwikiriza konka bakwa interest ya higuru abo kugira ngo uryo muntu ari siripare tukweteregeze bwaje so ya not advising ngo tushashure gerone wagonza this second thank you
Paul webale muno Paul harechi agamba hekya boko boina okwetomboita ninga complaint gituranka okwandikira director communications Bank of Uganda kabox namba ya kabox ne ya musanju M20 Kampala oboko bota kusobora kuika Kampala okusobora ku leta ebaruhegyo agiteka branch yaitu Mbarara still ebaruhegyo kusobora kutuikaho ha Bank of Uganda oboko bano enda kutera esimu oina complaint yona hali banka yona kutwalibwa Bank of Uganda osobora kutera esimu zino 03M2 39 29 03M2 39 29 enamba ende kusobora kutera eri 03M2 39 29 kyokezo kuba nokwesa airtime kakubobo taina airtime kusobora kutera toll Bank of Uganda Deputy Governor kateka toll free number ni yeji 0800 rundi not M0 0800 M0 egeri toll free bokutera gwa kutera Bank of Uganda kunonesa sura airtime so kakuba boina any complaint gireta Bank of Uganda kandi no kujukizango bokuba oine kizibu na banka buli bugabe bwawe ku complain ngarundi kwetombo ita buli bugabe bwawe ku complain nga bank egi rundi kwetombo ita then Bank of Uganda nka director commercial banking abagambirege eja kurugayo erolengu yabayamba okurora ngo bugabe bwanyu bwatekebwamu ekitiinisa kyonka muteebwa n'obujunaanizibwa bwanyu bw'okuba yehozere loan hondera eibeta loan repayment schedule n'endagaano emwakozere loan egyo ogisasule omu bwire. So nabwekyo leka tugenda presentation endi egarukaho presentation twine abagenyi baitu kuruga mu Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, Mr. Patrick Ezaga aikera ali hamu naitwe nkwenda kumuterero mu ngaro kumutangira kumwachira muri Mbarara kandi Patrick ajja kubanaga naitwe shortly, but before him nkwenda kweta omunyoro Hassan Yangabyaki nawe na manyoro Nyakitara aije atugambire ebya currency management orabone ensonga yo nekwatagana ne sente ezitukozesa buli kiro kurugira kimu hakoine kwikira kimu hampapura. Hassan agenda kuba nabagambira. Hassan ijo gambire abantu bambarara bikwatagene ne sente runde nsimbi.
Otye muno owekitiinisa agonza kandi oli mugambirizi wa olukurwato luno eizooba lino. Otye muno mukama waitu Deputy Governor, abasibe ensi abambarara nimbatangira kandi nimbaramukya kandi munyikirize mbabalize omululimi olunyoro olunkumanya kurungi. Ninkora omu department ya currency bageta currency department. Mu Mbarara muno tumanya tutane itagi ya Bank of Uganda kandi itagi eryo kuruga kaya twalietaga currency center kyonka bye binu tulieta Bank of Uganda currency branch. Nikyo kimu ha ekyokurora aho ha currency department ekyokora omu Bank of Uganda. Tukira kumanya currency center egyo ni Bank of Uganda branch yaitu eri mu Mbarara muno kuba nti niyehereza ebanka ezebyamaguzi sente. Ne banka ezebyamaguzi rundi commercial bank obuzetaga kwehikyaho sente zigenda nkaha ha branch ya Bank of Uganda. Omulimu ogwo gurugira ha busobozi rundi mandate eya Bank of Uganda eyokuba nti niyo eikirizibwa yonka omwihanga lyaitu lindi ya Uganda kuteera esente eza shillings. Kandi esente ezo ziri omulujungu ekibeeta legal tender rundi iwe akuba nasasurwa eibanja ohambirizibwa kwikiriza sente ezo kakuba oli abanakoraki nasasura eibanja ahaliwe. Busaba omuntu wondi wena aikirizibwa hansi y'amateeka ga Uganda kuteera sente okwihaho Bank of Uganda kandi Bank of Uganda neraba mu kitongole kyayo ekya currency department. Hansi y'omulimu ogwo ogwa hairwe Bank of Uganda kuteera sente itwe abantu babuli kiro tubane tunihira ki tubane tunihira kwikibwaho bukonyezi ki rundi busagikiki hansi y'omulimu ogwo kuteera sente. Ekyo kubanza tukira kunihira nti esente za Bank of Uganda ezerateera hakuba niyo yonka ikirizibwe kuziteera eina kuteera sente ezikutumara itwe nk'abantu n'ebyetaago byaitu ebikurugamu ki eitungo rundi amatungo. Kakuru muno ebyetaago byabo binakuba nibikora ki nibizaara rundi nibisasurwa nibirugamu eitungo. Bwokuwena ekyetaago ekitakurugamu itungo ate kiba kitakusobola kukola ki kusasulwa kandi banka tekiteeka mu nteekateeka yaayo bwe banekola ki neteera sente. Ekindi tuba ntunihira nti esente ezo Bank of Uganda ezirateera omu bwingi bwazo kandi zijja kuba nizisobola kucwebwamu omu mihendo ekutusobozesa kuba nti twasobola kwekyaho ebyamaguzi omu bwingi rundi omu butaito bwabyo. Ekinkumanyisa hano kiri nti Bank of Uganda tejja genda eteere emitwalo 5 yonka. Kyonka ejja kuteera opalwa emitwalo 5 ak'emitwalo 2 ak'omutwalo ak'enkumi 5 12 10 ne coin nk'oku tuzimanyire. Ekyo kitukonyera kuba nti bw'orayenda kwekyaho ekintu omu bwingi kantwaliyo hakyokurooraho ekyamata. Bw'orayenda kugenda gura lita z'amata 10 lita eri 22 osa kugura lita ezo 10 noekwesa akabura k'omutwalo k'emitwalo 2. Obw'orayenda kugura lita emu rundi half lita kandi ojja kubona 10 kwekyawo half lita egyo. So kye kimu ha migaso ekya Bank of Uganda kyefaayo kuba nti yahikya ahaliiwe akwenda kweyambisa esente. Ekindi ekiba nikinihirwa mu Bank of Uganda kuruga muri abantu abakozesa esente abantu ba buli kiro kiba nti esente ezo zinakuba nyonjo kandi ziri hoona. Tizijja kuba Mbarara hano honka kyonka na Rukungiri zijja kubayo na Karamoja zijja kubayo na Hoima zijja koraki zijja kubayo. Omukulengo okuba nti sente ezitukwata etwekabata buli kiro nyonjo Bank of Uganda ekyekola efaayo kuba nti buli kiro esente ezitali nyonjo ziragwire rundi zitemukire ezihayo mu katale egalayo sente zikoraki enyomezi. Kandi omuntu wa buli kiro obujunaanizibwa bwawe hakigendeerera ekyo kyesente ennyonjo kiri sente ezo zikwate kurungi otaziteeka omu makara rundi omu bisaabo rundi kuzifunyafunya ekiteetaagisiize. Aho tubatwikiza obujunaanizibwa bwaitu nka Bank of Uganda naye omuntu wa buli kiro wasobola kuba nti wahekyaho wabawo ekyokozere kuba nti wakwasa sente zikiire. Ekindi mubani muntu wa buli kiro bananihira nti sente za Bank of Uganda ezirateera zijja kuba sente zikwesigika nti halora barazikwera otaziinaho koraki kugurukya. Ekigendeerwa ku Bank of Uganda ekikiriza neteeka oburoorwaho omu sente ezebetulukize iwe omuntu wa buli kiro bw'okusobola kweyambisa kwawukana sente ezihikire ha sente ezitahikire rundi ezisukira kweta ez'ebicupuli. Habwakaire nja kuraba mu bigufu mukama wange nja kusonyikiza enkangira aho netunihira nti obutwatandika kutunga ebihabuzo ebintabalize ndasobola kuraki kubigarukamu mutyo muno.
Webale Hassan ebyo twabyetegereza kandi aho obwire tukubasa kubigarukamu twasigazayo omugambi omuwenka owa Deposit Protection Fund lero ebibuuzo byitu tukabigarukamu in general kamba shabe buli omwe bena handike ebibuuzo byeyi. You are very welcome to present for the Deposit Protection Fund.
The Deputy Governor, would you kindly permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established so far? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Patrick Ezaga. I am here in two capacities. First off, I work as the Director of Communications at the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Secondly, I am here to represent my CEO, Dr. Julia Oyet. DG, she should have been here, but as you know, duty many times calls, but I can assure you that she's on her way. At least she'll be here in tomorrow's session. And you know, like they say in life, everything happens for a reason. Her absence today has enabled people like me to sit near the DG. These are opportunities that sometimes are uncalled for, but they come and you must use them. Very quickly, let me just speak as Patrick, the Director of Communications, and say that it is always a pleasure to be here in Mbarara, and especially to the leadership of the district. Some of us, by the nature of our jobs, we move around this country. When RDC and your team, let me put it on record, if no one has told you, that Mbarara bears all the hallmarks of what a city should actually be. I was driving around last night. The streets are well lit. The infrastructure is good. I compare it to some of the cities where I come from. You start a journey on a road and everything ends abruptly. The tarmac ends, the lights ends. Others, there is nothing. Congratulations, Mbarara. This is beautiful. That's what a city should be. In 10 minutes, I can tell you the story of DPF by first asking a question. How many of you before today, however, heard about the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda? Just by show of hands. I think I still have a job. Less than 1/8 of the audience has heard about the DPF. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very briefly, the concept of deposit protection and deposit insurance is not anything new. It has been around since 1933, when the first deposit insurance system was established in the US. Fast forward, this concept has grown, and the government of Uganda, obviously with the technical advice from the central bank and the global position, felt it wise that deposit insurance, because of its uniqueness, needs to grow out and become an agency of its own. So DPF is actually a government agency, currently autonomous, but its life and its umbilical cord started off with the central bank. It was previously a unit under the central bank, and now we are a standalone. Primarily to do 3 or 4 things. First and foremost, to ensure that there is sufficient public awareness about what we do. On that note, as a fund, we are very appreciative to you, DG, and you for the platform you give us to enable the public get to know what DPF is and what we do. Secondly, in so doing and whatever we do, we are expected to contribute to stability in the financial sector by building confidence in the public to ensure that they move their money from the unorthodox ways of keeping it to the formal financial system. That confidence in the financial system is what leads to stability in the sector, because money under your bed is not as useful as money in circulation. And so we think that as DPF, financial sector stability is one of our key aspects. And thirdly, as a fund, we should have been first, is we provide protection for anyone who is in a regulated financial institution. Now, the regulated financial institutions have been mentioned here several times. Those that are licensed and regulated by the Bank of Uganda, if you have an account with them, the DPF provides for you protection of up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Now, I'm letting that sink in because usually the very first question is, what happens if I have more than what? More than 10 million. The answer is coming, and the answer is very simple. First off, deposit insurance as a global trend focuses on what we call bottom of the pyramid, the middle income people who, if a bank were to collapse, the net impact on them would probably be very devastating. And that means that probably many of you here may not be in that category because you are either multi-banked, you have more than one account or something. But the majority of the Ugandans that we are speaking to are actually in the region of 10 million and below. With that threshold, we cover up to 98% of depositors. Anybody who has an account in this country, in a regulated financial institution, at the 10 million shillings, 98% of you are covered. Why? Because the majority of us depositors in this country have 10 million shillings and what? I always challenge people to say, This is something very easy to verify. If you have a phone, check your bank balance. See how much is there. We largely withdraw salary twice. First one goes and sorts debts of Haji, market fees. The second one. By the third withdrawal, you're leaving what majority of Ugandans actually have far less than even the 10 million. So the threshold is not only sufficient, but also it is based on regional benchmarks. Okay, so ultimately, for those who have more than 10 million, the central bank, that is the regulator of the sector, usually either is a liquidator or appoints a liquidator. What that means is when a bank is closed, DPF will come and give you 10 million. If you had 20 million, the remaining 20 million will be given to you at the end of the liquidation process. So you actually are not supposed to lose out. The only difference is that DPF comes in within 90 days as per law, but ultimately every depositor is supposed to get what is due to them. Now, for us as DPF, in such occasions, we usually appeal to the depositors and the public to do three major things as I wrap up. Number one, first and foremost, you need to update your information with your financial institution. Your national ID, alternative bank account, a mobile number registered in your names. Banks have been closed, institutions have collapsed. Recently, EFC, you heard, has been taken off the shelves, and we have actually been in the process of paying out those depositors. Part of the challenge has been that somebody comes and the telephone number is different, and verifying that depositor becomes such a challenge. So issue number one, wherever you can, when you change your numbers, telephone and so on, please update your information. Issue number two, know your bank. As already mentioned, you walk into an institution simply because it was registered as a bank. And there is nothing like in anywhere to prove that is properly regulated. So take it upon yourself to confirm. Every financial institution is required to display that license that the central bank issues. If you can't see it, walk to the person at the customer service and say, can I confirm, where is your license? You have a right to do. Thirdly, in addition to updating your information and knowing about your bank, we request that depositors, as much as possible, should avoid listening to rumors, because rumors can be very terrible. And lastly, take your money to an institution that you're guaranteed is well regulated. Should anything go wrong, you are protected. Ultimately, in life, everything you do, you anticipate a scenario where things can go bad. Same for your financial management. Should things go bad, Deposit Protection Fund is on hand to come and give you at least the initial cushioning to adapt in the event of closure. I submit, ladies and gentlemen.
Webale muno, Patrick Ezaga, Kurugam Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Abantu bambara hatintuza mu bibuuzo questions. Kokatra kabulize bibuuzo kubaijukiza ngo muina program kandi program egera ka box ka black akabeta QR code. So boko bano yetaga kutohereza feedback arundi kutugambira omusomo mulingo gubayire ihaye simu yawe orabo inaho internet run data oscanninga ka box ako then osobole kuba notugambira omusomo mulingo gubayire. Orabo taina esimu bundo ine esimu ya smart bete tainaho data okusobora kozesa orupapura runu oruroho ekigambo evaluation. Kandi haroho abantu ba Bank of Uganda abakuraba mu empapura ezo ne bazisoroza rujuze kurungi ruli ha page then tujja kuzikuihaho Kennedy alenyuma kula kuraba mnasoroza empapura ezi n'abantu abandi kuruga Bank of Uganda niko tusobole kwetegereza omusobo mulingo gubayire. Deputy Governor, with your permission, sir, we are going into the Q&A session. Ebibuzo okusobora kubibuza mirunde ebirogo kubanza oja kuhaniko mukono gwawe tujja kuleta microphone na mberoli then okaguze kaguzo konka wafuna microphone otugambire izina lyawe then ne kaguzo kandi twakusabire muntu akaguze kaguzo kim ekikuru muno habo obwire kandi kyamusana already kihire niko tumalize program tuze hakyamusana. Then option ya kabiri okusobora kuhandika already tuina abantu babiri abahandikire okubanza ali Alexander nja kubisoma quickly then mbe deputy governor ni wakuja ku allocate ngarundi kwereza abaragarukamu. Alexander says, thank you for today's engagement with us. Question: agricultural loans have faced several challenges, especially in recovery. This is attributed to environmental / climatic changes that have led to changes in seasons. What has Bank of Uganda done to ensure environmental sustainability in Uganda? 2. Does Bank of Uganda have a department responsible for environmental sustainability? How do you rate the role of Bank of Uganda in ensuring sustainability of our environment? That is Alexander. The second one was already answered by Alex Ochan, but I can just read for record purposes. We have been hearing about Bitcoin, Bitcoin mining, OneCoin, digital money, etc. All of these have been in Uganda. Does Bank of Uganda know about them? I think Alex answered that question. So those are the written questions we have so far. Deputy Governor will now give you an opportunity to kwenda kubahereza omugisa Paul Ija Onyambe Onkonyero Rubase microphone na Kennedy will be akuja kuba nasoroza written questions ebihandikirwe. So tujja kubanza tuhereze abantu batanu bakaguze then tugarukemu.
My question is on raw saturation of raw currency with raw domination. Last night I wanted to buy something in Web Corner and I end up going into say 3 shops to get change, to get the balance. They were telling me that I should actually have raw currency, currency with raw denomination. So is it a deliberate measure to squeeze us? Then 2 is on the issue of agricultural loans. According to me, agricultural loans tend to benefit people who are aware of. For example, somebody is having a ranch, then he tells you that he's going to fatten his cows. You visit him or her, he's having land. At the end of the day, after giving him a loan, he diverts. Much as he's in position to do what? To pay the loan. Then at the end of the day, when you look also at the commercial banks, they have the minimum amount of money if you are going for an agricultural loan. They will say that if you want an agricultural loan, you should take more than 20 million. And then you look back at your capacity. The president is advocating for a 4-acre model. Now, with my 4-acre model, can I take a loan of say 20 million? But if they can actually reduce on the amount and say, so long as it's agricultural loan, probably take like say 10, which is within your means.
Abene bibuzo muhanike mikono. Emikono mugiboine. Hatiyo wafu na microphone okabuze bibuze bikira hali chimwe. Waba wafereza abo bona bakire mikono. So bokutunga microphone izina we nekikaguzo kimukionka habo bwire kikira yobukuru then tugeno maiso.
Thank you very much MC. I'm called Bam Banturachi George. Before I pose my question, Mr. Wabulia Andrew Philip, could you be the one OB King's College Budo Africa House? Because I was at Budo King's College from 79 to 85. So you are my OB. My memory is working. I was senior monitor. I have a concern. Bank of Uganda, I thought was an institution to oversee and monitor all financial transactions in the country. We have had Ponzi schemes like D9. We are talking of cryptocurrency. But they come and operate months and months, even if they go even for years. And they extort a lot of money from innocent Ugandans. I am a victim, but I'm not going to share the disappointment I got. But we lost millions of money. Even we took our concerns to Central Police Station in Kampala. We registered our cases, but there was no address. We were not really helped at all. I thought Bank of Uganda should be part of your roles to stop such Ponzi schemes before they extort exorbitant monies from innocent Ugandans. Kaba tuibire, imo Bank of Uganda tumutuyamba bataka tuibire.
Bank of Uganda tujja kubayamba webale muno.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Paul.
Na inshaba abantu akusinga munongo rukwenda ngo kibuzo cyawe kika cyandike. Ahabo kububwire himuza kwika ushanga utachenda bemukono n'ubuhandiko butachiri muri nyendo mukazi hati.
Okay. Then twina ba staff enyuma Rafa akora birungi Kennedy Mutungisa bakora bamuni basoroze bikaguze bihandikire mu kubabona mu bahaye bikaguza byayo.
Webale munonga sebo. Mbanyeta Nandawula Farida, branch manager finance trust Mbarara branch. Mwebale kutuweto mushomo kunkana aliba mutatu fahonga commercial bank abali aha. So ntwaro mugisho kubagambira ngo loan zone zibagamba on finance trust ntuzigaba. Aheru tenti yitwe ruho zona nko kubazigamba ni ntwaro mugisho gukora marketing itinko basa kugendera aha no basa kuyija nturebe.
Kare webale finance trust abakwenda kumanye bikiraho twina banks ahead bateroza tenti zabo twice omusomo ozeyo obabuze bikaguza byekwenda kumanya.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to recognize all the financial institutions in the house. Please stand up if you are from a financial institution licensed by Bank of Uganda. You see, thank you very much. We shall come the 10th.
Director Communication has guided that we must know their names. Just your name and the institution.
I'm called Nandawula Farida from Nandawula Farida.
Just stand up and we bring a microphone.
Hello everyone. I'm called Shovik Pandey from Bank of Baroda.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. Kakonji Cornelius, Brack Uganda Bank Limited.
Yes, good afternoon. Emmanuel Tumasje, Premier Credit Mbarara.
Yes, good afternoon. Aheriza Christian is my name and I'm from United Bank for Africa.
Mwaseba mutabantumwe. Amazina ni Bernard Asimwe. Ni nkora na United Bank for Africa. Turi aheru guruwa rugama hembegente.
Yes, good afternoon. Nimbatanjera mwena. Amazina ni Yekon Wamanya, Housing Finance Bank, Mbarara.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tohewa Isaac is my name from Diamond Trust Bank, Uganda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Owicha Violet from DTB.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gilbert Alinda is my name, Stanbic, Mbarara.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronald Oesije, branch manager, Big Bank, Mbarara branch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Nkwasa from Bank of Africa.
Didas Byaruhanga, Chichwamba Bamwesako.
Mwasi Bamta, Tumsime Godfrey is my name, Opportunity Bank.
The next question is coming from here, please, Co-MC.
Just a minute as we conclude with the introductions of SFIs.
Chichoncho Jime Bwana, Centenary Bank.
Next question.
Webare owatebekana omushomo twashemerwa munonga nk'abantu bankore cyatukoraje ikibuzo cyanje muri yo no mutugira ngo Bank of Uganda extending a small business recovery fund ko kuzo banks no wakoyine buri kimwe cyone kibarukwenda ngo kwereza eje ya Bank of Uganda kwatinene yabo bakwereze yabo kandi bakwetororze echo chikuretera omwo wano nda miliyoni nkabishatu bakwanga nka 50 nari nkaga nichikuretera obundo butashashura credit reference yite siskara kandi omuntu kuba inventor in the inventory program of the nation n'ekintu kigumire mwene mwenka ba Bank of Uganda mutireho buryo ki kuranga mwareta fund neika abantu abo kwa bari abineza abo tubakwenda kutezanyu
webaresebo Paul tufune y'abantu babiri bonka then tusome ebikaguzo bihandikiro
webaresebo tugume justice mwijukuru begeza mwebara abo mushomo gwerizo itwe nka yusi tuyina obuzibu bakatugira ngo bareta sente za Livelihood omubanka ehiwabirohika washaba ronejo bakubuzabuza kitwara obwire ekinde kinkwenda ngo omuntu yambe muterezemu sasa rabwakire banka tizukutwera sente mbwire zitukuba ntwenda kandi bamane rendingi ekyo mukura miliyoni mu Rwanda sizecho bono batobwire burukurahuka kutwe sente haragamwe bizobe mu kutekateka nko kutukoma burizoba nacho muterezemu banka kizirabe nizitwereza sente ziturafukiziwe kandi pasente iba kutugambira tiyo bakutuhererezaho koguzo mu mbakugira ngo nduza kwera ari shiringi 3 ninga 3 konka waza gita kushashura ronejo ushanganze kwato muri shinjiro shanje Bank of Uganda mu kigendeho mu kiterereze.
Okay, webare Paul, just the last one then we respond.
Amazina Jode Muhumuza omushubuzo mu Central Market tuyine kizubitu abachara natwakakozere kuhikahare ko kugenda washamba small loans for example hariho bank bakuyo big charges bantu mwecho nacho mukirebe batutananga yakafuna mwenya burimu mukigambeho twafa.
So we can first take this set of questions and we shall be coming back.
Thank you very much. These questions are very, very interesting. Hello? I think, let me even stand. I am very happy that we have checked which banks have reported, because we invited all banks and the response will be good. But let me start with the lady, the one who talked about charges. I would like to direct it first to the director, commercial banks. Then I can supplement. Give it to Huntington.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. I don't think I would be the most suited person to respond to this. I would rather throw it to the bankers and explain why they are charging the charges they do.
Okay.
Any bank specifically, can she mention the bank?
Which bank do you bank in, Madam? I can see you're all seeming to say all the banks.
Sorry? Pinka. Anyone from Pinka here? Stand big.
Okay. Let me answer that question. I think I'm going to assume I understand the mamas. The mamas is some of you don't want to disclose because of confidentiality, correct? Now, every month or every 3 months, Bank of Uganda spends money telling you the different charges every bank charges. No one comes and asks, why do we do that? This complaint came first that people didn't know the charges. For example, every time people would go to deposit, the charges would vary. You go to withdraw, the charges vary. You inquire about your balance, the charges vary. There is a team in Bank of Uganda that looks at charges and we publish them. You know, when you go to the shop, and I'm going to give you an example. If I go to Serena, or let me say Triangle, and I ask for a bottle of soda, the price will it be the same? If I go downtown or to one of kiosk, the lady will give me at 1,000. The reason we publish these rates is you should know. First of all, we start from there. If you know bank X is very expensive, please go to another bank. Bobo manyinti bank basera munonga, you go to another bank. There is something I think the lady is trying to say, is maybe there are charges which the banks are charging you that maybe they have not told us as Bank of Uganda. So you go and you know that you're not supposed to be charged. But when you go and ask, the charges are high. Madam, I would like you, if you get time, or any of you, just write down and say, I want to confirm that I took a loan of 100,000 and the bank charged me 50,000. Okay? And you complain to us. We can then ask the bank to explain. But I think I understand what she's saying. You go and ask for a loan of 1 million and the charges are more. Correct, madam? Isn't that so? Yeah. Please, we have branches here for you to submit complaints. And if you don't, we cannot know. So if you feel you've been charged unfairly, right, we shall keep your name confidential, but we shall go and ask your bank. For example, now we know that without showing the lady's name, is that Finca has that issue. So the guy who supervises is here. We shall ask them those questions. That's why we're here today. Thank you very much. There was an issue of the loan takes long and rates are different. People take you in circles. Who wants to take it from that side? Okay. The problem is the banks here. I don't know who I should put on this. Can I start with which bank, by the way? Who asked that question? Yeah, I'm going to ask. I just wanted to know who asked the question. I'm going to give it to Centenary. But who asked this question of them? I think it was the gentleman at the back. Yeah? What bank do you bank with? Which bank do you bank with? Which one? The question you said, when you go to ask for a loan, they decide to offer you their loans, they take time. I know you spoke in Runyankore. I told you by the time I leave here, I will know how to speak it. They take time and then they give you different rates and things. Was it you? I want us to get the question clearly, because today we have to address what you want. Who asked that question? Housing Finance. There is someone from Housing Finance. I think they were seated that side. Okay? Someone from Housing Finance is there. Take the microphone to him.
Tell us the turnaround time.
You have 1 minute.
Just to tell us how long does it take you to issue?
Thank you. I think I wasn't there by then, but currently, the maximum period we can give a loan is 14 days, depending on mortgage registration. But where is a current client, is a repeat borrower, mortgage is already registered, it takes only 5 days to close the loan. So that very gentleman should come back and process the loan with me. I'm very perfect now.
You know, I'm smiling. I want you to give it to his competitor. Centenary is here. Maybe you may tell us it takes 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. At Centenary Bank, our processes are very clear and straight. We display the process periods for fresh borrowers that have never borrowed from us. Micro segment, they take 3 days to 5 days to process the loan. Then for repeat borrowers that have been with us for some time and with very good credit history, we process them in between 1 and 3 days. For salary loans, it is strictly 1 day, unless otherwise. Then for loans, SMEs and corporates, those one take a bit of time, but we normally give it 2 weeks. And when it is with certain technicalities, it can go beyond. But that's precisely what it is. But we request that you always give us feedback regarding the delays, because we are not in direct control with the teams in the field. They can maybe delay you for one reason or another. But we always emphasize timelines of processing these loans. Kindly give us the feedback and we shall always serve you in time. Thank you.
You know, he's saying this in front of his regulator. If he doesn't comply like what he has said, send us a note. We'll send him the bill. Okay? Don't be shy. If you feel you've not been treated well, come to the Bank of Uganda. Please, I'm begging you. You just write a note. You know, he's just made a comment in front of Director Commercial Banking. For us, we find we don't go on social media or press. We send it to the bank. So you complain, we investigate, we can handle. There was a question about Small Business Recovery Fund. You go and ask for it, and someone takes you in circles. Where is Alex? Yes. Do you want to talk about it? Or you want to give it to Huntington? You can come and use this one.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor. The question of people requesting for Small Business Recovery Fund or SCF, they approach the bank and the bank, rotate in circles, taking long without helping the borrowers. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Governor, wherever we go, this is a concern. Ugandans approach commercial banks, but for one reason or the other, you find that they are not being helped. Bank of Uganda has done a lot of sensitization. People are aware of the availability of these credits, SCF and SBRF. But somehow, the conduit through which we give this money to the public is still wanting. Now, what we are doing right now, I want to confirm to you that Management Bank of Uganda has continuously engaged the management of the PFIs, the participating financial institutions. Recently, we had a meeting in Serena with all the CEOs of the commercial banks, and we are telling them the feedback we get from you. And they committed themselves. Mr. Deputy Governor, I want to assure you that they even agreed, saying that going further, they are going to be telling Bank of Uganda their loan portfolios at the percentage of the agricultural credit facility or Small Business Recovery Fund that is incorporated into their loan portfolio. I think this one is going to help us, because if you say you have lent out 3 billion or 4 billion, how much, what fraction is SCF and what fraction is SBRF? Because we want this money to reach you. We know and we are aware of this challenge, But Bank of Uganda is not seated. We are seeing as to how we can help you. We are engaging the PFIs, and soon you'll definitely get this money as early as possible. But if the person who asked this question, if you can be specific, which bank treated you like this, and one of maybe that banker is around here, they would also come up and tell us the reason as to why. Because we are operating these facilities under the memorandum of agreement that was signed by the PFIs, Minister of Finance, and the Bank of Uganda. I so submit.
Before you go, you're going to answer also a question. But I think the gentleman, his point is very valid. And I still encourage. He doesn't know what the limit is. So if you feel that a bank is taking you in circles, you tell them you're not in circus. Just come to our branch, write your name, write your complaint, leave it at Mbarara branch. We have people who will handle it. We have a complaints handling desk, and we shall address it. Okay? If you don't feel satisfied, then you write to the Deputy Governor's office. He will respond. All right? So we don't want you to think that we are not sensitive. If you feel you're being confused, write to us. There was a question about SCF loans benefiting only those who are well off, and banks offering a minimum. So I want 2 million. The bank says you go away. Me, I only lend 20 million. Is that the question which was there? So you want, yeah, please, if you can address that one.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Deputy Governor. Such complaints have also reached our desk. Indeed, many farmers are crying but what I want to put it clear is that SCF is not only for the big borrowers or big farmers. SCF is for every farmer in this country. If you can remember my presentation, where we have even brought the initiative of giving you money without a registered collateral under broker location, somebody getting 20 million, I think it is an endeavor, and it is an indication to you that everybody is being brought on board as far as SCF is concerned. It may be easier for the big farmer to borrow simply because maybe he'll be having registered collateral and that kind of thing. And you talked about diversion of funds, that somebody will, he has a ranch, he gets 200 million, then you give him the money, and then he diverts the funds and then uses it in something else. It is possible, but the commercial banks give Bank of Uganda reports on a quarterly basis. According to the memorandum of agreement, they are supposed to follow the money and see exactly, we gave you 200 million. What have you used it for? Is it for agriculture? What have you used? So where we find that the loan was not properly used, the commercial bank is supposed to inform Bank of Uganda. And what we are now also doing is that the Minister of Finance is appointing independent bodies that they don't even go through us, they don't even go through commercial banks, they go direct the farmers and ask them several questions. So EPRC is doing that, but what we are saying is that everybody is in for it, but where there is diversion of funds, the commercial banks are supposed to give us that report, and once it is discovered, then there are some penalties that Bank of Uganda can do. But I want to share with you, with the permission of the Deputy Governor, the toll-free number that you can call Bank of Uganda. This is about SCF specifically and Small Business Recovery Fund. If you have gone to a bank to borrow money and you insist that you want in SCF, and for them they are telling you they want to give you a different loan, and kindly do me a favor, when you go to the banking hall, don't say I want an agricultural loan. No, be specific, because they have similar products. You will say agricultural loan and they will give you theirs of 30%. Be specific, say I want agricultural credit facility managed by Bank of Uganda. You say that one that the government put in place to help the farmers. Once you leave this hall, you will go outside there We have a store there. They will give you a key document, a key facts document, the brochure that has all the information as far as SCF is concerned and SBRF. In case you get any challenge in a commercial bank, kindly call this number. I think they read it to you, but they read it as general. But this is specifically for agricultural credit facility and small business recovery fund. It is 0800-144-044. They read it to you. It will definitely come to our division, and we shall have a conversation with you, register your complaint, and then a follow-up will be made. I saw some bits.
I think repeat it again. Some people might not have written. Repeat it again.
I repeat the toll-free number. 0800-144-044. Once you have a challenge with SCF, SBRF, kindly call that number. We shall attend it to you. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to address, yes, Mr. Bandrachi, I was in Budong, I was there. I'm a very big Budonian, so thank you very much. It's nice to see you. I really, and you're my elder, so I'll stand up. You don't address your elders while seated. Thank you very much. You asked a question about Ponzi schemes, and this is one, when I was presenting, I told you, people have become very creative. Especially, I don't know whether it's a generation, these young people have become very creative. They come up with something and they tell you, like I gave an example, someone tells you, give me $1,000, every week I'll give you $200. The first 2 weeks they give you 200. After three weeks they start telling you stories. I don't know, let me first find out from my team. Huntington, do you want to address it? Where people are receiving money? Or do you want to? Okay, pass it on. Remind them of your department and your name so that they know.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. I'm Alex Achan from the National Payment Systems Department. Thank you for that question. It's not the first time we are getting such questions from the public. And I think it stems from the fact that in the financial sector, I think the Bank of Uganda has been longer than others. But I want to also assure you that there are other government agencies, just like Bank of Uganda, that support or supervise the financial sector. One of them is Capital Markets Authority and Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. We have Insurance Regulatory Authority that handle different aspects. Now, the issue of Ponzi scheme has been there from what you mentioned, but also there are some that have come in terms of conning the public. If you don't have time to go to digital agriculture, one of them recently collapsed. You don't have time to invest in agriculture, but you have capital. Please inject your money. We will invest for you. That's a Ponzi scheme as well. We had one capital chicken that I think recently collapsed. The question for you who invested in it and therefore saying Bank of Uganda should have looked at it is, what was the motive? Were you keeping your money safe or you trying to get a return? Did you check if they are supervised or not? Just like we've been saying, all institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda, there must be a license. In case it's not Bank of Uganda, there must be a license from Capital Markets Authority because they are responsible for mobilizing funds from the public and they license institutions that are supposed to do that. So the way I can answer is that the Bank of Uganda has gone out to the public to sensitize the public about these Ponzi schemes. We've issued public statements about the Ponzi schemes and told the public, be aware of it and don't invest if they're not regulated. We've done that and it's on our website. I think we've also put it in major social media. On cryptocurrency, I think I explained it earlier on, that as Bank of Uganda, the motive for which people are using cryptocurrency is not really as a means of payment. You won't tell me that you're using cryptocurrency to buy matoke from the village. Most people are using cryptocurrency because they think if I bought it for 10 million today, after 2 days, I'll have 20 million. The desire for quick money. Unfortunately, you'll invest your 10 million and tomorrow is 0. And you have nowhere to run. If you called Bank of Uganda, because we have not licensed them, and it's not a means of payment for that matter, we'll only ask you to report to police. By the time you start investigating with police, the gentleman or the investor is gone. We've seen different names: digital money, crypto money, and all sorts of names. Now, the Bank of Uganda tries all the time to advise the public not to invest or not to look for very quick money, because it's normally dangerous. If you invest in you must invest in an institution that is licensed, either by Bank of Uganda or Capital Markets Authority for that matter, in the case of cryptocurrency or in the case of other investments, sorry. Now, we work also with other regulators like capital markets to ensure that we sensitize the public about this in Ponzi schemes. But we also encourage you to always call Bank of Uganda to confirm if you're not sure of whatever you're investing in. But the bottom line is quick money is very dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I just want to, because today is a day of educating, and some of you might not know, I've worked also in private sector. I have seen very smart schemers. There are 4 questions you have to ask. Whenever someone asks you, I am doing this business, ask a question: are you licensed? Just ask the simple, are you licensed? Who in the market is regulating? There are things which you can ask, and I always give an example of land. If you're going to buy land, can someone just, you find on the street, tell you, this is my land, I'm selling it 2 million, and you buy? You don't. And these people have what we call psychology kind of manipulation. If you don't buy now, you're going to lose. Okay? There was one which is famous. Someone is walking, has an envelope, they throw it down, and you pick it up. When you pick it up, he says, no, the money was more. You bring the money you have and I check. And then they swap it. So today, abamu kanjogere mu Luganda, mulimu abantu nga ina kya kutunza. Buuza, ani akutwala, oyina license? Bw'oba toyina license, ani akufuga? Okiraba? Ate abantu bano, these people are very smart. They will look for a person you know, omuntu gwomanyi. Akugambe Alex oyo yaguze, gw'okyalinda ki? Asasule Alex, ate gwe akole ki? Akufere. So I'm asking you, are you licensed? Ani akutwala? Okay? Kitongole ki ky'okoleramu? Bakiwandiisa? Because bw'ogenda n'otandika okulaba ebintu bino, osobola okwesanga nga wandyewonyeza ebintu bingi. Now, let me move to the other question, and it is on the low circulation of low currency. Hassan, do you want to take that question? Someone is saying he went to a shop, they're telling him there is no change. Do you want to answer that question? Can you give it to Hassan? What currency department?
Otyo muno agwera governor. Tulozerege nti obujunaanizibwa bwa Bank of Uganda buli hakuteera sente. Mu bwingi itwe abanyaganda obutuuku zeetaagamu kusikira amirimu eitukola ekulugamu amatungo. Obujunaanizibwa bwa kabiri buli bw'okulola nti esente ezo zihikire hoona omwihanga hali amatungo gali hali zikwetaagibwa. Mbalize ga Rukungiri nyebaza Hakaramoja na Arua na Hoima na Mbale. Chonka Bank of Uganda ojja kusanga tena itagi rukunjiri. Sente zirayika zita rukunjiri. Zijja kwika rukunjiri rundi Hoima niziraba omu commercial banks. So commercial banks, Bank of Uganda ena matagi 10 omu ihanga: Mbarara, Kabale, Toro, Arua, Nserikuli, Gulu, Lira, Mbale, Jinja na hano Masaka. So Bank of Uganda ekwata sente zinu omu mihendo yona kuruga 10 kwika mitwaro 5 ne mihende ya coin za coin. Ne kwata sente nezitwaro matagi yago. Hati commercial bank zo zikingura matagi hari Bank of Uganda eri, kandi zongene zikingura matagi hari Bank of Uganda etakoraki etakwika. So Bank of Uganda eri Toro baitu terinka Masindi. Commercial banks zijja kingura branches Masindi. Bank of Uganda eri hano Mbarara baitu teri Rwampara. So commercial bank zijja kingura itage nka Rwampara. Bank of Uganda eza kuleta sente zilete hano Mbarara. Commercial bank ziye hano mu Bank of Uganda stware hari Bank of Uganda etakoraki etakwika. Hati itwe abanya Uganda nitwe tugenda mu commercial bank nituzihayo, nituzitwara Rebikona, nituzitwara Kakoba, nituzitwara Sanga kusikira omuntu ahya yaitu. Bwa bujunanzwa bwa commercial bank kuranti obugenzeje kwihayo sente tekwaire mitwaro 5 yonka. Chonka ekwaire emihendo eyawukaine ekwaire 5 hakoja kwetaga kutwara burano himba nka milioni toja kwetaga kuyimba sente zikoza deki zizimbire. Chonka kandi nakura nti teriremu noboro 10 nobwe 12 nobwe 15 hakoja kwenda kugura ekipa ya maizi kandi yo negura sengizinga siringi 10. So eno feedback yintungire tujagenda tupaze mna commercial bank zaito mu Mbarara mono turore change eno zikugitwara ombwetago obw'abanyambarara oba gitwara baina bulemeziki kuranti bakoraki bagike hali abantu. Change tuginayo mbwingi tuinayo mu bwingi kandi kusikira mu feedback etutungire tujagenda tuhabuze commercial bank zino ozazina obulemezi kuranti zahikya change ahabantu. Kyokano okiraki kityo tujagala twongeja muitwe amani kuranti commercial bank tuzongire change obaka bayizije kutabara sente kuruga haitageria yitu eri Mbarara. Otie muno.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now this issue of change into chinene nyo, I'm going to give you 2 scenarios, and I saw one. A lady omuchala yalinya taxi, and I'm giving you a live example. It was from one stage to another stage, and she's supposed to pay 2,000. And the lady decided to take out 50,000. And this was in the morning at 7. Now, I want you to put yourself in the position of the taxi tout. You understand what I'm saying? Is that sometimes these people of change, we are the ones who are not being reasonable. If you know that my fare is 2,000, you can pass by a shop or a supermarket and say, I would like some change. And you get the change. Okay? Then there is the other part where people are crooked. They have failed to sell their sweets. So you give them money and says, I don't have change. But you can take a what? A sweet. But I didn't come to buy a sweet. So sometimes I would say it's a difficult question. For us, we provide the money. But in those 2 scenarios, I want you to imagine, what would you do as a person? So sometimes it's beyond us, but we need to work together. If you notice that in your area there is a problem of change, write a small note, leave it at the branch. We have people that Hassan employs every month to try and check, and we see whether the notes are clean or they are dirty. So I would suggest on that issue we work together. The other question which we haven't answered is on the environmental and sustainability and the role of the bank. I don't know whether Adam you want to take it, or Huntington, or I take it. Can I take it? Okay. We have a department in supervision, and I'm very fortunate. I was talking to my colleague who's the executive director supervision. We are slowly in the stages of introducing some of these new, I would call them new ways of doing business. So if you talk to a local and you tell them sustainability, I would like someone to help me in Runyankore, what would be sustainability? Okay? Some things is we are trying to see how do we protect the environment. Okay? So we are working slowly. We are not going to say only lend people who are doing activities that don't destroy the environment. For example, abakola obuchupa oba plastic buli dangerous for the environment. So if I come up netugamba abo abewola sente nga bagenda kukola obuchupa bwa plastic temubawa sente, tekibeera kyavunaanyizibwa. Naye tukolagana n'abantu ne tugamba kale okola obucupa bwa plastic, naye bwe bamala obukozesa mubukola mutya, tusobola otya okwelongosa nti obutonde bw'ensi temubwonoona. So tuli mu kukiteesaako. Abalala abazungu baabitandika naye kati wano tekinaba kutuuka. So bwe naakubuulira nti tukikola nja kubanga nkulimba. Naye zaako era Bank of Uganda nayo egamba maybe tufune department oba akatundu akasobola okitunulirako. So environmental sustainability, as Bank of Uganda we are discussing with the commercial banks how we can do it. So I would leave it at that. Now we are going to take a round of questions, but I understand some of you asked that you came specifically about treasury bills and treasury bonds. Is that correct? Yeah? Okay. I know everyone is looking at me from Bank of Uganda. So, let me talk about treasury bills and treasury bonds. And briefly, because this topic can take an hour. So, what is a treasury bill and a treasury bond? Abasinga babuza chiche treasury bill or treasury bond. Government of Uganda bwebanga ekunganyiza emisolo negitawera esalawo neyewola mu bantu. Mu kwewola mu bantu ekuwa ekintu kye bayita treasury bond oba treasury bill kye bayita. Ekyawukana ku treasury bond ne treasury bill inti treasury bill ziri period yazo ya 1 year and below. Treasury bond bewola okuva ku mwaka gumu paka myaka 4. Kankiddemu. Treasury bill government eba yewola mu bantu nekugamba mpa sente nja zikuddiza mu myezi 3, myezi 6 oba mwaka gumu. It borrows from you for 1 year or 6 months or 3 months. Treasury bill bwowola government okumala emyezi 3 sente zo ezitereka paka emyezi 3 nga giweddeko nekuwa interest kyekimu n'emyezi 6 n'emyezi 12. So that is treasury bill. Treasury bond ekuwolako sente zo nga bwe nkugambye okuva ku myaka 2, myaka 3, myaka 5, myaka 10, 15, 20, 25, 40. Nayo buli myezi 6 ekuwaayo ku ka interest. Bw'obanga wafuna treasury bond ku 10%, buli myezi 6 ekuwaako ka 5 n'okafuna kubanga sente zo zigenda kubeera wala. So treasury bonds zikuwaka interest ko ne kajja buli myezi 6 paka we kinaakola ki ng'emyaka giweddeko. Kati lwaki Bank of Uganda ebagamba okuteeka sente mu treasury bill ne treasury bond? Many times tukwata sente ne tuziteeka mu bintu ne zifa. Many times kumbwe tewina retirement package gye mweroozezaako. Kati kambabulire story emu egenda obbasomesa treasury bill. Waliwo omwami yali emyaka 8 nampita mu ofisi ye, I think it is nampita mu ofisi ye emyaka 7 ne myaka 8 kati. Nangamba mutabani, abatabani bange bangambye zino sente government zemuwadde kabadde kasiimo ng'akoledde emyaka nzikolere ki? Nangamba mutabani wange angambye ngula amayumba ga rent. Omulala angambye nti nziteeke ebweru zikole stocks. Omulala angamba nzitwale ntandika okukola enkoko nunde. Kati mutabani mbadde mbuuza tukoze tutya? Ne mugamba oli myaka 8 onoosobola okusolooza abapangisa? Tasobola. Bw'ozikwata n'ozitwala ebweru tomanya ani agenda okukola ki ebweru, toyina control. Bw'oziteeka mu agriculture amaanyi matono. So ne mugamba kati mbadde nsaba tukwate sente zino tuziteeke mu treasury bond. Nangamba kati nkoze nta treasury bond, treasury bill. Ne mugamba treasury bond nti lwaki? Kubanga buli myezi 6 ojja kufunangayo ki akantu. Nangamba kati nteke mu treasury bond okumala bbanga ki? Ne mugamba myaka 2. Nansekerera. Nangamba nze ndi 8. Olowooza ngenda kubeera paka wano myaka 10? Oyagadde kunjereka si kyekyo? Ne mugamba treasury bond ya myaka 2 bagaba interest ya 16.5%. Bw'oba otaddemu emiliyoni 4 by'ofunye buli mwaka baba bakuwa miliyoni 7.3. Okiraba? Buli myezi 6 ofuna miliyoni 3.2 oba 3.1. Nangamba nedda actually miliyoni 3.6 zeyali afuna. So miliyoni 4 zimbe nyumba oba gule nyumba. So nangamba naye myaka 2 sijja kutuukayo. Ne mugamba toyetaaga kutuukayo. Kyoweetaaga kufuna kyolya buli lunaku. Bw'ofuna miliyoni 3.6 zofuna buli myezi 6 n'ozigabanyamu 6 buli mwezi ofuna miliyoni meka 6. Ne mugamba olya miliyoni 6 mu mwezi nti nedda. So ne tuziteekamu. Naye ng'olaba nga yeesisa omukono agamba sijja kusobola naye kankiteekemu. Nambuuza naye sente zange gavumenti tesobola gaana kuzinziriza? Ne mugamba ate lwaki? Kubanga gavumenti zeetaaga. Bw'ebanga gavumenti erina sente zimala ete endala. So ne tuyita emyezi 6 sanga sente nga ziri kuki ku account. Nasooka nampita mutabani jangu, sente nazirabye zatuuse, naye sente ddala nagamba sikikakasa, kankole check nzijjeyo nzikwate mu ngalo manye nti ki zange. Ne mugamba tugende ffenna. Najjayo sente nazikwata mu ngalo, nantunuulira, nagamba kati sente bwamma zijja. Nazizaayo kuki mu account. Nagamba kati nazino zenfunye kanzikole ki kanzize. Ne mugamba nedda, sente zino ze twafunye nga interest zina kulabirira emyezi ki 6. Ate buli mwezi obenga okozesa million meka 6. Ne mugamba mu bank tutekeko limit, tosobola kusukka myezi meka menya million ki 6. Naye ab'omukyalo baagala nnyo sente. Ne mugamba ye olina okukolera million ki 6 kubanga tokyakola. You see? So omwami ono abadde alya sente zino paka 1 year ago lwe yalwala. Naye nga takola, naye nga bulamu bwe bulungi, talina kye yakyukako. Buli myezi 6 afuna million z'emmeka 36. Si kyekyo akoze n'akola. Bwe yatuuka okulwala nga bamutwala mu ddwaliro, and this is a very painful decision. Abaana be bamutwala mu ddwaliro. Bwe bamutwala mu ddwaliro nga balaba sente zino zikola ki zijja, ate nga zimulabirira. Ne bagamba tonona sente, tumuzeeyo eka afirewa waka. Ne mbagamba nedda, zino sente zize yazikola kukola ki kumulabirira. N'abeerawo emyezi 6 nga kimulabirira ki sente ze, paka mukama bwe yakola ki n'amuyita. What has happened? Kati sente ze zikyaliyo, abaana bakyalina sente ze basobola okutuula, either ne basigala nga bafuna sente ne bazeegabanyaamu, oba ne bagabana ki obugagga, naye zaamukola ki zaamuyamba. So my advice to you is learn from this example, is that you can survive, you can live on a treasury bond. Bw'obanga okyali muto, I encourage you, keep buying 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, otekayo katono. Kankubuulire, kambawe example, tekayo emitwalo 10 buli week. At the end of the year, ojja kufuna 5,200,000 nga tokiwulidde. Siteekeyo. So bwe mumbuuza ku treasury bill ne treasury bond, mbawadde lesson, temugenda gifuna wantu walala. Kati mbadde njagala tuddeyo ku bibuuzo. Waliwo ekibuuzo ekirala ku kino kye njogeddeko? Mwenna musirise. Mulinga omwami oli, Mukama amuwummuze emirembe. Amiina.
Webale munonga DG mumuhengaro. Dennis Muhanji yababuuza ekibuuzo nicyo kimwe kya bond na bills. Ezekiel nawe yaba nabuuza ekibuuzo nicyo kimwe kya bonds na bills. Akitabavuga kireme ebyo. Mwebale munonga. Ebibuuzo bindi ntuza kushomaho bimwe ahabwobwire, ntuza kugaruka mu bice dene bindi omwabaziyo ntuza kuba turi ha radio cruise. Ebyo ekyo rahura ekibuuzo cyawe kitagarukwa muhiya, otuning ina cruise ekibuuzo cyawe ntuza kuba nkigarukwamu. Eshaka tuje tuzabagambire shortly, ntuza confirming eshaha history agireho, rero ntuzabagambira tukiriya. Ariho wabuuza nani njangu tumukumanya rujungu konka abantu bona bahandika mu rujungu. So mwene umwandika mu rujungu mwena reka tubishoma mu rujungu rumwe bahandikamo. What is the procedure of securing a small business recovery fund? Which commercial banks in example give agriculture funds? Ebi ya Ronald. Innocent Atkunda niwe kibuzo cyawe kije hanuye. Timu ya Bank of Uganda shirya haneza bimwe tuza kubigaruka mu tushirya ibintu tuza kubigaruka kama radio. Ogu ni Mukisa. Mukisa niwe kibuzo cyawe kije hano tukireba. Hano hari Kato Andrew we yajya ngo certified financial literacy trainer na buza kibuzo kirya financial literacy. Nacyo ntuza kukigarukamo. Nankunda Elizabeth ikibuzo cyawe tukine hano. Abamwe tumwatekaho mazina. Bene mwamutatekaho mazina hunze. Bariamwijuka Felix ikibuzo cyawe tukine hano. Yes, Tumuhirwe Veronica ikibuzo tukine. Clinton Tumuhimbise chakaho ikibuzo cyawe. Ambrose Mfuni ikibuzo cyawe chakaho. Okay. Ariho wabuze kibuzo we yagira ngo Star Times na DSTV ni charging sente yinji mununga. Kamwasheka wanji tchahanuya bagira ngo tchahanuya twine our partner Uganda Communication Commission. Okay, aza hariye mbare tari yarugwe bikona office niba kushobora kurunje kibuze cy'ubuzima. Wagonza ishoma banda barete buzo rero nza kubagambira ko turabigarukemo.
Webale Paul mwa abanda bakaguze bikaguzo tuina Nixon, tuina Jonas byamukama, tuina Businje Amina, abandi timtereo gamazina ganyi tuina Stanley bya Ruhanga, Mujuni Ambrose, Tumwesige Nicholas, Ibrahim Bayo, Aina Mazima Yoas, Jacqueline Tumushabe. This one works at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Barbara Charles Byamugisha, Regan Mohozi, Natamba Everina, Kajubi Moses, Patrick, Doreen from Mast, Winfred, Francis Muhereza, Benson Tusingwire, Becca from Freedom Bookshop, Silaji Mtutumo, Bob Ashabahebwa, Karungi Lydia, Leila. Turije na story Kakongi Cornelius, and finally KKE. So twantwendanti mumanye nti ebibuzo byone bimwabuuza bitahire, abamuti mwateka amazina ganyu bati byone bikaguzo bitahire. Tugenda kuba Cruise FM kutandika saha emwe ya mwebazo kuika saha 2 mutekeo Cruise FM ebikaguzo n'ibintu byona habobwire tujja kuba ntubigarukamo kairako. So akasumikano leka tusabe Deputy Governor's Representative Mr. Philip Andrew Wabulia to handle the closure, and he will invite the Vice Chairperson in Mbarara District, who will also invite the resident city commissioner to finally close. And after all that is done, we'll have a closing prayer led by Sister Winfred Tugumisirize, and then we'll have the anthems, then group photo. Team Bank of Uganda is going to give you lunch coupons. The Deputy Governor has been kind enough to arrange lunch for us. Thank you so much, Deputy Governor. And Team Bank of Uganda will give you a lunch coupon, and lunch will be served just in the main building. You go to the reception, then you'll enter there. The team from Bank of Uganda will be there to guide you. Baja kuba ni baboleka okusavingire kyamusana baitu na kugenda lunch coupon. Obutukweza anthems rundi kuzina ebizina ebyeshongore ekyihanga ne cha East Africa. Tujja kubanza kuleka abakuru banu babanze bagenda heru, then hanyuma neti tujja kuratira, then tuzena halanchi. So Deputy Governor sir, allow me to invite you to handle the closure.
Thank you very much. On behalf, oh, I had forgotten. Very important. People said I talked so much about treasury bills and treasury bonds. What's the process? If you have a bank in your neighborhood, your bankers, you walk in and you ask them that you want to invest in treasury bills. Bobo in a bank, ogenda mu bank, no bagamba you want to invest in treasury bills. Bagenda kugamba inti waliwo forms oyina okujjuzaamu. Forms ezo we muzijjuzaamu ojja kubanga oggulawo account eri mu Bank of Uganda inti bw'onoogulanga treasury bills tuzijja ku account yo ne tuziteeka ku account eno gye tukuuma ngaffe, so that bw'oggalawo account eno mu bank era okyasobola okufuna ki sente zo. So ogenda mu bank yo bajja kuwa form ogijjuzeemu, zibeeranga form 3. Ekubuuza ennagamuntu, obeera wa, obeera omwami, oteekako bwemba nvudde mu bulamu bwange, oteekako next of kin. Normally abaami bateekako abakyala, naye abakyala normally kankomaawo mwebale nnyo, mwebale munonga. So on behalf of my team, and my team is everyone putting on white with this logo, I want to thank you very, very much. I've enjoyed your questions. I can see that you're interacting, and I can tell you I am more than humbled for the reception. Please, when you are in Kampala, thank you. When you are in Kampala, just pass by. Bank of Uganda doesn't bite. We also have a library. It is being renovated. You can come, and with your children mostly, they can see where the currency started. So I encourage you, don't get scared. And if you fail to see people, at least you ask for me. I'm there. You just say, I saw this, like he has remembered me. I saw this man called Philip. Lucky enough, I think I'm the only Philip in the bank. Yeah, I'm the only Philip in the bank. I can always help. If you're not sure, Erango wait here. Just go to the branches, get the number, we'll explain to you. Totia, Bank of Uganda Teruma. So, on behalf of our team, thank you very much. I hope we can get this reception again. But since here we are guests, we want to invite Madame Juliet Nabakoza, the chairperson, Mbarara District. Madam, I'm very honored to be the one to invite you. Thank you. I hope you're the one going to give me my rugaju. I've been telling people about it. Thank you very much. And after your remarks, I kindly, with your permission, request that you invite the RCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Governor. And Deputy Governor and your team from the Bank of Uganda, our RCs, protocol observed in their different capacities. I'm called Nabakoza Juliet. the Vice Chairperson, LC5 Mbarara District. Chokubanza, nashemerwa kushanga na invitingwa Deputy Governor to address you people. I'm humbled also for that. Ninyenda kusema, I'm going to use Runyankore, yeah, because I need these people to understand me very well. Ninyenda kusema, Bank of Uganda, ahagukureta omushomogo. It is very important. Kwika omuntu wa burijo okatunga feedback. Ninyenda kubasima nka team. Abakiteka tekire. Muchame kandi mugumize neshachosereho ninyenda kubasimira ekyo. Kumukutwika tumanya Bank of Uganda bamuntu tina Bank of Uganda yeah Bank of Uganda konka no basa kuraba basa kushanga bingi batakaru batahuga na heri kandi banka y'abanya Uganda. So kumukutwika has a regional relationship. Ninyenda kushaba Deputy Governor and your team. Next time abantu bashomera abanya Uganda babamanye ibintu. Nico korebe buze bambabuza koko buhurore ngo bamanye bakugamba. Mwe next time bahereze ibibuzo byabo babuze batunge answers. Okuchira okubegesa because mbasa kuza radios mbegese a TV mbegese. Konka hatu bababonere kindly mubichirize babuze then batunge ebarukwenda. It is very important. Ninyenda konjeraho kusima n'abayegesa mwe bari kusensitizing abantu especially kuma ikari agriculture loan itwe ntugambira abantu baburijo turi amaraka gabantu baburijo and ninsima rahanga kushangana mutwe tamuhero namwe nyine nka commercial banks zinkuzagamba ontarukutina as a leader nka housing finance procedure yanyo gumiri namwe n'umuryo mutu frustrating nka PDM no frustrating omuntu waburijo housing finance mwegariche muri Mbarara turyo ntukuruzovinga kubabingayo mwegarichemu ebintu byo kugera kutwaburuze bagira ngo accounts ni muzaprovingira Kampala inseka hinduka decentralization tukwe kube bagizire ngo ibintu byijaha then use the devolution not so bank za kunuya mugereze powers zo kuaprovinga mureke kudelayinga ibintu by'abantu. We are frustrated with you housing finance as a leader and in Mbarara ntuza kubabingayo mwamutabire serious. Yeah, we go for other banks ensinegendo misho abantu nibenda kukora hariyo zinde ziri kukora tukuza kumantu abantu nibashaba sente zabo umunya Uganda no miliyoni naza kutambura kurha ayizire kwakira miliyoni agarukayo. Why are you frustrating Ugandans? Itwe tukora chinka bebembezi. Bank of Uganda ni manyangu nimwe muri yahiguriye sente zone ziri mu Uganda tukwe mu policies zuruho tukwe konka manirenda zi mukabaki mangu muryaha kandi mutanyima karuru. I'm going to talk about you mutazanyima mukantera frustrating abantu baburijo hina abantu bayi mutyaho bagenda omuchara omwami no muchara ngo nibo bakorebuza nabo bamanirenda zi barukora. These people are frustrating people. Nibabahereza sente amwiciro cyo kushashura esimaziyo abura completely. Umuntu abona nimpi mbamuhereze mtu ati reka mbahereze cyo kurebera ino mukazi wona yemeriro mu bank bo bariya okuba rukora ne bakwata omukazi ashabaron yiba abo mwema. Unfortunately bariya bakaba takuwe basaba kabaha just 400 nkabemero ninye nabemeriro mu kotu bwizwera just 400 umeze mukaga babashaba 2 million bariyo mukazugo kandi kibakozere kumangu nabaramuzi hati babuzire makantu ko buntu. I'm sorry to say bakazo mukoti kuba mukizo mukoti akayina bana mukaga bona bakwingana bati babato mukoti umukazi bamukoma nomushija bamukoma umuramuzi yasharo bona barabana yabareka ngo baferi hanga kunabire n'intambura street ndebo bwana bangambara ngo bwana nyina nisha babakomire kafuna bakarye mitwaro makumyana we call it kafuna 400 baba koma na picking interest nkomuziri umwana w'umushimbaza kumuteganisa ariyo natorotore by'ukuri nazo mukoti kwemerera nkarebo muramuzi nagira nti humanity is very important to kukoma umukazi nomushije ati banka kuzigazagaba sente kazine procedure izirabamu kabarebo umusingo guruho sente nozubasa tumukora policies zikayamba manerendazi bakareka kubona bonesa abantu bitu. Honestly speaking mutuyambe nimwe mwanyeta ngungambe bites platinum platinum na finize abani fins financial what zuzu gwankahi kana zabantu sente zikaba tugisa sente kasha umchara biraryo naza ko itabwa platinum tarho wa platinum aha ije mukutwara abire nakwita no mha sente shashura ziri mu kabiri hatitwe Uganda ntutorankahi kindly RDC with yashanga ndiyo ningamba. You're most welcome, Mr. Kaswavudi. Our RDC, I don't know. Obani njagumza munya nyimusi RC so bar, I don't know. Mbwenu na ni shaba Bank of Uganda. Even policies, muteke clear policies in place. Is money renda azubarakura tiri otherwise numujja kutunga kizo. Numujja kutunga kizo. Mureke kugira ngo manyango abantu batazayo. No zubiro muntu mwana wabuzire school fees ngo ataza kuronda money akafuna. Abuzire cyo kurya yahirwa yafuna wakafuna ngo azumhe nabanza sinduko mwana bere bizubukora ki byija konka twaba twine policies in place zikuba governing I swear ntubenda ntubetaga manire ndazumwar gontufa konka mutugere mwembabazi nebyo bice muncherze nyakire RCC witu ebyanje nibyebyo kandi nabegamba.
The representative of the Governor of Bank of Uganda and your entire team, the Deputy RDC Mbarara District, the Vice Chairperson of Mbarara District, my bosses over there. I know you are all my bosses. My bosses all over there, without forgetting our friends from Rwanda, Bank of Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is going to be very simple. One, I will introduce my brother, the Deputy RDC, who is now standing in for the RDC of Mbarara District, Mr. Kasavuri. Thank you so much for coming. Then two, I have come, I have learned. You know, people who are there are business community. You carry money, you have the money. I found myself the only poor person in the whole. Yeah, salary earners are poor. I want to thank Bank of Uganda that you have now decided to come as you have been doing, as you did the other time, to come and educate this population. There is no how can chase away poverty in this country when our people are very ignorant about using money. There are those who have the money and they don't know how to use it. There are those who would use it very primitive, like I'm a primitive man. I've never borrowed any money from the bank. Very primitive man. But now when I sit here and I learn and you comfort me, maybe tomorrow I will run to the bank and borrow something. My loans have been, I have lost a cow, my neighbor gives me one, I pay back, and that is my loan and full stop. And I think there are also some primitive people like me. So when you come here and educate us, we really feel happy and appreciate, and I want to ask you that come many times so that we can chase away poverty in this country. I want also to welcome you to Mbarara City. Mbarara City is a very developing city on a high speed, very high speed. By the way, tell these banks of Mbarara to help these workers. People of Mbarara are hardworking. They are not like those of Kampala. We hear them shout all the time. Shout, 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 shout. For us, we are settled. We are working. And we are protecting what we are doing. By the way, if I was a politician, I would say all of you thank the NRM government. We are seeing all this. We are seeing all the development that we are getting because of the policies, because of the peace, because of the security that NRM government brought to this country. And I wouldn't be wrong if there is another voting, don't let it go. Moreover, they have the capacity. Moreover, NRM has the capacity to reach Uganda where I want to reach. Mbere banywana banje abanyambara banyeta kukinga kandi nyoti nyenda gamba bingi kugaruko mbi abantu bagambire. Ni nyenda kubebaza abo kutwehenshoni mukayijo mbwingi. Twena twatwine mirimo mingi konkana mureba nashitama kurwo mukasheshe kwisya hati. Ekyashita misaha nyine mirimo mingi nabanyetoko konka cyashita misaha no kugira ngo ekintu kitwatira umweri izuba n'ekishumuruzo cyo kwigurira ubwega ngo butahyo mu makaga abantu tubinge uboro mu ihango. Kandi nabagambira ngo nyotindi politician ebi byo kutetsa abafa mutima nabyo tugume tubiryeho kutetse bfa mutima mbona kutugambira abantu bakafuna banka kuzibaho imo mukafuna muzakora muke tereke guma ntetsa bfa mutima riye no manyo nyoti nyenda ngaro nyenda abantu kwetegereza engaro zanyu tinsukunde stene makuru ntsiba radio burizo bakafuna by the way kafuna nenki abashuma konka mwirkanga mukurata abashuma babayita tozo mu commercial bank si nabantuzaho mbweshembo yo kuturaho nkatunga kasente kurwo mu commercial bank no kurahukiriza nkazo mukafuna bakankoma nkatura mu cyome mbyo kutura mu cyome tinturaho ntimbere line ya commercial bank bakampa sente so mbwenyo nani nyenda kugira ngo eri izoba imomwe n'abarya tikene sente za kafuna tisikene kandi orazeyo tumuri abanyankore owayita atakoraki orazeyo tereke kucura. I was only called to close this very important meeting for God and my country. I close this meeting so that we go and put what we have heard in practice. Thank you so much.
Webale muno RCC Mbarara City. Just remind you, make sure that you complete the evaluation. Mwijuze evaluation forms that abatakazi tuhayire abandi mukozese app tuina QR code has screens na ha registration form. Then ekintu ekindi tuina group photo. Nimaya ndio ninkora announcements koka RCC achingireho msoma ya announcements are just announcements. So tuina group photo abakuru ba RCC ba deputy RDC nabandi tujja kugenda heru tutunge a group photo kandi nakasi ajja kuba natwebembera omukisa neke kyabona rundi group lunch oija bagenda kubahereza coupons mutakarugira hano muikaliro mu ntebe zanyu. Bank of Uganda genda kujja bahereze coupons buli mwatu nge lunch coupon hanyuma mugende hameni building hali mukutayira ma reception. Bank of Uganda ija kuba ne bagaidinga ne bolekya hali mugenda kusavingira lunch ekiro kya leero. Twinaho emyoleko exhibitions haroho tents zira heru aho haro banks ziko aukana estate tents aheru na Bank of Uganda ija kubera heru aho se ebikaguze ebindi byone bitagarukibwemo kusobora kaguza ba Bank of Uganda hamuna abantu kuruga mu banks ezindi baija kuba aheru omu parking area nambere hali tents mukaguze ebikaguzo byanyu. Hariho abantu abaina obupapura obwesente obukuzire rundi obutemukire old notes. Bank of Uganda Deputy Governor aragire ngo hagenda kubaho omuntu kuruga Bank of Uganda muhoro eri hansi yenu bokuruga hano nosirimuka hansi horo eri hansi obudramare lunch runde kyamusana omuntu kuruga Bank of Uganda aija kuba aroho nasorwa kuba hingisiza obusente bulo obukuzire obutemukire nabahamu obuyaka kyongo obusente obwina kurorango kyokubanza bwinaho hakiri signature ya governor rundi deputy governor na bank secretary signature gina kubaho haina kuba haibeta serial number enamba endairegie kwa okaniza akapapura ko halaka center kandi ekyakasatu haina kuba aroho at least bisatu byakana ebikolekya esente ezo nibikyaroho ekyakana haina kuba aroho enyuguta rundi figures zikolekya sente zinga. So mugende hansi na director currency represented by Hassan Arohanu hariho mutakuja kuba nabahingisiza esente ezo busa atabayire esente zindi zona abakasumikano no kubajukizangu email obokubo ina complaint otakusobora kutera amasimu tugabahirege email address eri fcem@bou.or.ug aino kwetombu itakuona aina complaint yona runde kikaguzo kusobora kusindika email no kusindikira ha fcem@bou.or.ug haba kusimikano wetu deputy governor nyikiriza nyete sister Winfred tugumisirize aije atwebembere musara iyo kukinga ekiro kya lero then hanyuma tuija kutunga anthems tuija kutandika na East Africa then sembye yo anthem yete ya Uganda. Sister Winfred.
No, not yet. I want to make one request since I am given this microphone. Alihe ekibuuzo ekinija ndenda kubuuza tinahebwa omugisha. Ninyenda kukibuuza leero tushabe. Personally, I'm Sister Winifred Tugumisirize, a Treasurer General for Sisters of Our Lady of Good Counsel. And I've been trading in treasury bills and bonds, but I have one challenge. You are not providing us information concerning the auction calendar. When I want to commit the funds, sometimes I don't know the dates. They committed yesterday, and for me, I go there today. But we don't know where to get this information from. I'm requesting on behalf of fellow participants, ningashi bagenzi banje abadyoko, abakukora mu bya treasury bonds, batuhe information bukyari kale tumanye tupulaninge kurungi manye ngu ezesete nazahuriro kuzibika mbe nimanye biro byo kugira ki byo kuzitayo kandi ekinde kinkushaba nituleba building ya Bank of Uganda as a branch in Mbarara, but we don't know even where the gate that enters there. I would wish that we get an opportunity of interacting with these people. We pose our questions. Thank you. Now, we pray. Yes, let's stand. God, our loving Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we want to thank you for having given us an opportunity. Nitukusimira kimwe ahabwa abegesa okuruga mu Bank of Uganda bo watuletera kandi nebi batwegesa nitubikusimira. Kusimira entebe kanisa yona nitukwereze kitinwa muri byona. Kandi nyenda kushaba ngo umugisha gwawe gushume wike hali baromwe muri twe kandi tugarukeyo kurungi rero bitwayega tubase kubita omunkora. Ebyo natwabishaba kandi tweze ko kubitunga okurabure muri Yesu Kristo mukama witu.
Amina. Webari muno tusigare twemerera bwa anthems. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mwebale muno. Nakasi aija kwebembera abagenyi baitu aheru abandi tuikale. Bank of Uganda genda kuba nebahereza coupons. Bati likati banze tuikirize abagenyi baitu abakuru abali hanu bagende nibo bindi bihondereho. Mr. Patrick Ezaga from DPM, thank you so much once again for coming. The resident city commissioner Canon James Mwesije, thank you so much once again for coming. Juliet Nabakoza, the vice chairperson Mbarara district, thank you for coming. And of course our deputy RDC Mbarara district, Mr. Kaswabuli Watch Peter, thank you so much for coming. So basebu na banyabo Bank of Uganda egenda kuba ne bahereza lunch coupons, then nebolekya hali mugenda kusavingira lunch. Okay, bagenda kubagabira coupons abandi batungirira coupons beta bataka tungire. Kennedy, please liaise with Dorothy and make sure that each one gets a lunch coupon. Okay, banjiranti abaikalira omumaisho abashitamira omumaiso baina coupons bakusobora agenda bandi right away abagenda kubahereza coupons mutarugana mbere muri unless you get a lunch coupon. Hakuba